Hello, blessed star family, and welcome to our picker reading. There are many energies and entities that are working through me right now. And if you're new here, welcome. And if you're coming back, welcome back. But those of you who know, and those of you who don't, look in the description box for my channel and I'll tell you a little bit more about me. But I am a dragon spirit. I am many things. I am an earth angel. We are one and the same. But I have I have lived many lifetimes through many forms. Woo! Woo-hoo. Okay, so when we're channeling, it gets intense here. So if you're new here, it can be pretty intense. So if it doesn't feel good, come back later. If it feels good, sink in. But I can feel their presence. It's really heavy. I can feel your presence too. I almost feel like we're all dragons if you found yourself here. And I feel like we're all dragons, and I can like hear different like dragon voices as if I'm like hearing a movie, like hey, and oh, just settle down, everyone. Like I feel like seriously, it's like so fucking cool. We're so cool. I love us. But this is going to be one of those readings that I'm like, okay, I could have gone through my phone and made room for a nice, juicy picker reading through video, but they wanted me to go in live format, which tells me that they want me to just breathe and relax, breathe with me, whatever feels good to you. But they just want us to breathe, relax, settle in. We have 5 separate dragons that want to speak with us today, 5 separate readings. I live off a busy freeway, so, I don't normally make a habit of apologizing for others' actions, but in this case, especially if you're new, I apologize. It's Saturday, smack dab in the middle of a beautiful, gorgeous, sunny day. I have no lights on except for that candle, and they didn't want me to put a flash on or a light on or anything or add any extra candles. But I had to close all the windows because it's just ridiculously loud. I live in a really beautiful place, but it's hugely touristy. So we're on the Olympic Peninsula, and it's across from Seattle. So a lot of people, they take the ferry. That you know what I mean. Like a lot of different people are coming here, and it gets a little crazy. Also, I feel like I'm supposed to shift this, but I can't tell. Oh, I think I'm supposed to shift it this way. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Oh, that looks so good. We'll have to take a screenshot. I'll take a screenshot. That looks great. Um, I could see myself mirrored, and I was like, whatever, but it felt more like they were trying to get my attention to be like, move it. Okay, so with that being said, here we go. But I like the moments that are quiet too. It's kind of special. 343 is an angel number for the tribe right now. They just had me look up, and that's what I saw. It's also the number 10. 10's about completion. 2026 is a year about completion. These are 5 separate readings of messages you need to hear from Spirit and the dragons right now. But I feel like it's going to be more intense, and I don't know if they're going to have like a different title for each reading, and that's how we're going to, you know what I'm saying? Like sometimes they just don't have me put anything. It's like reading 1, your timestamp, go to it. Sometimes there's an emoji, sometimes it's words, song titles, whatever. But I was feeling different quotes and different things. And lately I've been downloading different quotes that, one was specific from Anne Hathaway from an interview I watched with her and Meryl Streep on Devil Wears Prada 2 interview. And, that was my finger cracking. And also, I guess Matilda's coming in. You know what? That makes so much sense. So I guess we're going to be getting some messages from Matilda. So I don't know which reading that will be for, but this definitely feels like it's going to be intense, but not in a fear base. This is like, I kind of want to say, this feels to me anyway that this feels like one of those readings that If you are super fragile right now, it might not be the reading for you. Okay, I see what they're having me do. You know what I mean? Hold on. I always spin it to where they, you know, because it's a crystal ball. So there must be something in there that you guys need to see or scry. I'll take my job very seriously. I do. Oh, that's so great. That's a great screenshot too. We'll see which one shows up. Anyway, we're just gonna have fun. We're just gonna have fun, you guys. We're just gonna have fun. We're just gonna enjoy. We're just gonna go with the flow. And I hopefully will stop squeaking and squawking so loudly. But I love it. There are so many beautiful energies and creatures and entities here. And I love you all so much. And thank you for trusting me. Thank you for trusting me to provide this information for you. I feel like Matilda wants to look at somebody. I feel like she wants to be right here. Okay, so see how, like, look at how the crystal on the bottom is like kind of jagged. I feel like that's her. Oh shit, you guys. I just had a fucking serious. I just had such a download right now. A personal download, but it might be for someone else too. So I'm just going to leave it there. So with that being said, when the dragons come in, it's a no bullshit fucking reading. So this is, you know, these readings ain't for everybody, only the sexy people. Prince is here. I love you, Prince. Thanks, Prince. Right? So he's saying, like, meaning like these readings aren't for everybody. You know, this is for people who are ready to hear the truth. This is for people who are ready to hear the accolades. This is for people who are ready to have the tears. You guys, I was privileged enough to be able to know what's behind those cards, but even I have no idea like what's going to come through for them. I have been using this deck for so long that I honestly, they still will hold a different meaning or feeling for me because I'm a true telepathic medium. So it's like it comes through in different waves and different, you know, dimensions, times, energies. So many things have been bleeding together lately that I don't know. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but like it's getting to the point where I'm like, I literally don't know what's real anymore. But in a really cool way. You know what I mean? Like I'm not scared of it. It's more like I'm not scared. I'm not having fear around it. It's more like awareness and an understanding and a knowing that we have to face those fears and we have to face those rejections and we have to face those, you know, changes in order for the next chapter to begin. So if you found yourself here, you have something really significant to do, and your path and purpose may be much higher and greater than people in your life. We have all been learning for years through this channel that there are some of us that have to walk alone. Not forever, but that's when we really find ourselves. That's when we find our true path. That's when we find our true purpose. That is literally the truth. That is the truth, you guys. So I want you to understand that timing and divine timing is everything. So don't hold back. And if you're not ready for these readings, that's okay. Maybe you're just meant to hear this, that we love you and we know how hard you're trying and we know how hard you're working. But if you do feel brave enough to hear the messages today, you might just actually feel better. Because sometimes it's the toughest pills that we have to swallow because we know they will heal us and make us better. And with that being said, I'm not going to do like a big healing today, but I am going to send some energy your way, okay? So let's close our eyes. We're going to breathe in that good, light-hearted love energy and breathe out that which no longer serves us, whatever languaging feels good for you. I am Tulu Loren. I am the magical medium. As above, so below, and all the way around. Ooh, Spirit is reminding us this energy is about waking the witches, the healers, and the deep down believers in magic, the earth angels, the light workers, the spirit guides. You're all different. You're all in different forms. You all have different gifts. We're pulling out some negative energies and entities that don't need to be here today. We're releasing them and letting them go. Woo, yeah, bye-bye. We're letting them out. We're letting them out. We're pulling them out. We're pulling them out. We're pulling them out. Those who are ready to let it go, think of them as weeds. We're just doing some weeding. It's not so serious. It's not like, oh, demons, oh, it's just energies. They're just titles and words for energies, that's all. And I'm on the sacral chakra on my lower back, and I'm hearing to get in the process of working with your chakras. So thank you, Spirit, for clearing and unblocking our chakras. Thank you for restoring our chakras back to their beautiful natural state. Thank you for clearing away the negative energies and entities in our auric field. Meridians, chakras, thank you for healing us from the inside out and the outside in of our avatars, our minds, body, souls. You know the drill. I'm not doing it in my normal whatever. I don't know what normal is anymore. I don't really have a normal either. I'm ridding myself as well. And all you have to say is, I receive and accept this healing, this unblocking, this pulling of energies and entities that no longer belong to my mind, body, and soul. Thank you, Spirit. We let it flow. We let the energies flow. Thank you, dragons. Thank you, spirit guides and ancestors, for being here today, the gods and goddesses, the spirit animals, the spirit guides as above, so below, all of the elements. Thank you, Gaia, Ra, Lilith, the whole universe. Thank you all for being here today. We are in the deepest gratitude. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for healing us. From the inside out and the outside in. Thank you for balancing and clearing our minds, bodies, and souls, and chakras and auric field of that which no longer serves our greatest and highest good in this life and beyond. Thank you for cutting the cords and releasing the energies that no longer serve us in this lifetime or any others. Thank you to the ancestors before and after and during. We are in deepest gratitude, blood and bone and beyond. Thank you to our greatest protectors, the archangels. Thank you so much for looking out for us. Thank you, Dragon Family, for keeping it real. And thank you all for being here. There's so many. The portals are open. This is a picker reading, but it's always like, if you feel like being here for the group reading and being with the dragons, they're always, always happy to have you with them. Okay? Okay. All right, so that's it. We're open for business. I know the dragons that are here. I think that's why they wanted me to see them, because they're like friends and family. They're fucking hilarious. Drink some water. Many people don't know this, but dragons, they have the best sense of humor. Not everyone, but most of them have really great sense of humor. And not only that, but thank you, Spirit. They're cleansing the energy for us today. This is some very old cedar, hundreds of years old. Ancient cedar, just like the dragons, the ancient ones. But they don't have ego. And ego is what holds us back from our true path and purpose. And ego is created from the third dimensional energy. Oh, you can hear the crackling. That's lovely. Thank you, Spirit. Thank you, dragons. They're having me specifically rub my lower back right now. So I feel like some of you, you're just pushing yourself too hard. You're not stretching. You're not taking care of yourselves. Self-care, my loves. Self-care. I'm hearing that from Spirit. Self-care. I've been getting that too. Oh my gosh. I started working on my arms because I didn't even notice, because I don't really look in the mirror that much. I didn't realize how out of shape my arms got. I'm like, oh my gosh. I'm like, Granny Ghost. I'm like, no. I'm like, I am too beautiful. I started noticing like certain wrinkles in places that I've never noticed before. I swear to God, it's like they like flung out of nowhere. And by the way, when I looked down, it was 1513. So angel number for the tribe as well. Anyway, I digress, but it was pretty fucking funny. It was pretty funny. Um, just having the awareness of self and how out of shape. So I feel like this is a message for all of us, just to self-care, eating good, because I do eat good for most of the part, but I haven't been walking as much as I like to. And I recently took a walk somewhere and it felt so fucking good. And I was like, oh my gosh, I forgot when I used to walk everywhere. Like I really love to walk. Um, so yeah, so I feel like that's a message for somebody as well. Okay. Any other messages, or would you like to say anything else before we start? I feel like they're ready. Okay. They're getting very serious now, and that's okay. That's okay. So we have from my left to right, reading 1, reading 2, reading 3, reading 4, and reading 5. Which dragon is sticking out to you? Again, maybe there's more than one. Maybe it's something that's around the dragon, or dragons, plural, that is calling out to you, that is asking for you to step into the portal with them today and receive your messages. I don't know if they're going to have me keep them up or not, but I do get the vibe that they want me to leave the group message and the intro here. So I will see you, probably because there's 5 readings and they're like, girl, I have so much on my plate today. And I already did so many readings already. But it's okay. It's okay. I'm a machine, but I'm not a machine. Thank you. Oh my gosh. They've been trying to help me with my languaging. Thank you, Spirit. I'm not a machine. They're right. You're not a machine. Maybe that's our last message. 1706 is our other angel number. And then I saw 1707. Yes, that's our last message. We are not machines here. We are human beings. We're human doings, as the dragons call us. We are human doings. We are souls that are habitating a very beautiful, natural, Gaia expressed energy of an avatar. Okay, so we are both a combination of our creator and Gaia herself, which makes us organic, natural avatars, which if we don't care for them, just like a plant or an animal, right? We have to care for them. And as humans, a lot of us do actually feel better when we groom. Some people do not like to groom. Like I've been watching so many people since I've been doing this as a reader, healer, whatever you want to call it. Just the work that I do on this planet. I've been doing it for so long that I am not exaggerating when I tell you that I have met so many people who have changed their income, like literally changed their complete outwardly appearance after coming into their awakening. I've seen people who were like, super down to earth, like no makeup, never like really cared about doing their hair or whatever. And then like once they stepped into their gifts and their craft and their creative flow, they started like, getting severe cuts, coloring their hair, putting makeup on, all these things and they're like, oh my gosh, this is my true self. And I was like, there's nothing wrong with that. And then I've seen people, myself included, who were, all painted on every level, big red hair, red lips, big nails, or, the whole thing, the whole costumey outfit and the whole thing go down to me being natural, being my natural hair, my natural, and finding the balance. So it's going to be different for all of us. So I feel like these readings are also going to be about, what's going on within, but also what's going on without, what's going on in our outer exterior, what are we longing for? Who are we, And that it can change, that it can change. I don't know her name, but there's this lady. She's really famous for being the green lady because, like, she wears everything green. Her hair is green. She's like, I think 86 or in her 80s. Her whole house is green. And I've known of her for a really long time. She's been in my orbit. And then I was pulled to watch this documentary about her. And she said something like, oh, yeah, that was my pink phase. I'm like, what? I'm like, she went through a pink phase where she had her hair was pink, her house was pink. And I was like, oh my God, I love her so fucking much. She's like rainbow bright for real. She has been doing this. I was like, oh my gosh, that's so fucking cool. And like, those are the people and the examples. I'll put a link in the description box. You have to check out Style for You, or no, Style Like You. It's Style Like You, Style Like You, Style Like You. It's an awesome channel and there's just so much awesomeness, but follow the link to watch it. And there's something in there for everybody. And I'll just let you research it on your own. But anyway, the individuality part is really coming through from spirit right now. It is so much about our individuality and what kind of expression that we're going to be bringing into the world. And also that for some of us, recently I had another awareness moment and a deeper part of my awakening where I wasn't sure what spirit was showing me. And then when I saw it, I just started to cry because I knew that that meant that other things would have to shift and change too. So I'm going through it too, you guys. We all are. There's not anyone on this planet that is unscathed in this department. It is a massive awakening that is happening whether people like it or not. There's not an amount of money or force, brute force, or you know what I mean? Like um there's no stopping us and there's no stopping this energy, and the dragons just want us to know that we are protected and that they got our back, and then they just have a little bit more messages to give us in the individual readings. So I'll see you over there. Until next time, all of my information is in the description box. If you'd like to work with me one-on-one, email me. I do many different facets and I work on a sliding scale, so the prices may vary. And then also there are links there if you have it in your wheelhouse to contribute to the work that I do. Thank you so much. It really does help on my journey. And if that is not available to you, remember that prayer is free and it's really just about the exchange of energy. I'll see you over at your reading. Blessed be. Oh, love you. Bye. Welcome, reading one. Welcome, reading one. Welcome, welcome. So, if you chose reading one, you chose Gaia. Number 31, which is so awesome. I don't know if they did this on purpose, but 31 is 13 backwards, and 13 is the number of the divine feminine, the goddess. So I think it's interesting that this is the one that you chose, and I'm not sure where she wants to be. I feel like she wants to come over here somehow. Okay, there we go. Oh, maybe not. Where do you want to be? Just right here? Okay. Okay. I just want to make sure you could see her, you know. Oh, you know what? Reading one, let's just relax for a minute. Let's just relax. I'm getting a really intense energy that it's not fear so much as the truth is what is being downloaded to me right now. I feel like you're here for some truth, some cold hard truth. Like I feel like when I used to be a bartender and like I had certain, regulars that would come in and just the way they sat down, I'd call their drink back to them and be like, hey, by the way, you guys, I thought this was supposed to be, I just realized someone was here. I thought this was not supposed to be live. Oh my gosh. I just realized, but Spirit didn't say anything. Was I meant to go live, Spirit? Oh my gosh, you guys. This was live this whole time. That's so fucking crazy. I didn't even notice. I didn't even look because I thought I had it on not live. You know what I mean? Like live, but you can do it unlisted where it's like people aren't even watching it. Do you want me to switch to unlisted, Spirit? No. Okay, so I guess who's ever meant to show up will show up. So maybe that's why we have 5 readings. That's so intense. What? I love when shit like this happens, you guys. I swear on all that is holy. When I looked up, it was 26. So I don't know if that number means anything to you. Mirrored 62. Also the number 8. 8 is infinity. It's also the number of the dragon. So put that in your pipe and smoke it. Anyway, no, seriously, like this is kind of like surreal for me right now because I swear I did not think this was going live. I could have sworn they told me. And I asked them if we were ready to go and I got the vibe that we were. So, but that could be why the energy felt so intense. But also maybe because the dragons wanted to bring their energy into the airwaves through me. Is that what you wanted me to do? Oh my gosh. Yeah, I have to be honest. Like when I first came on the reading, it felt so like heavy, but that totally makes sense now. But I feel like the dragons are here and they're like, we got you, girl, we got you. Anyway, lots going on. So it's like the sorry, not sorry thing, like reading one, like that's so interesting. Maybe this is something that they're trying to talk to you. I don't know what that means, but I am going to get the book because the book is so powerful. And since it's the dragons want to speak to you guys, I want to make sure that I read what they want to say to you. Okay, so Gaia, reading 1. The quote or the highlight of the card, however you want to say it, says, have courage to stand up for what you believe in your heart to be true. The dragon Gaia is the earth keeper and carries Gaia's ancient knowledge deep within her. She is one of the oldest dragons yet to come to earth. You guys, okay, if you know who Maggie Smith is, that is the energy I get from her, which Maggie has crossed over. And I always thought that was such a, thank you, Maggie, for being here right now, because I always wanted to meet her and I always felt an affinity for her. And now I get it. She was a fucking dragon. That makes so much sense. I love you, Maggie. Okay, I don't want to like, I'm going to try, but this would be her speaking because it's in quotes. I am the etheric body of your planet. I urge you to protect her and all who dwell upon her. Oh my gosh. She wants me to stop it. She's like, oh, for goodness sake, either do it all the way or don't do it. Like she's just like, commit or don't commit. But I'm going to hear that voice. Let's all just hear her voice in our head. Okay. So think of Maggie Smith in your head. Okay, so in the etheric body of your planet, I urge you to protect her and all who dwell upon her. I will guide you into restoring balance. What is done cannot be undone, and alas, some things are gone forever. Have courage to stand up for what you believe in, your heart to be true, and I will stand with you. You can be that change. So the dragons say to call upon Gaia Dragon for her support when you are working on a new project and need to anchor its energy fully. You can invoke her wisdom when any form of group work is taking place to anchor the collective vibration to the planet. Make use of her grounding energy, blessed ones. She is also here now to help ground the frequencies of the 5th dimension and above, which are coming into our consciousness. She will guide us when we are ready to reignite the light of the Earth's grids. The deep healing this involves will help Gaia and us as humans to build peace on Earth and a future that is sustainable. Holy shit, you guys. I'm not fucking around when I tell you right now. The Divine Feminine is the next card, by the way. And it says, it's time to stop playing small and claim your place within the circle of light. That's a message from the Divine Feminine. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right, you guys. I'm like, hold on. I think my smelling salts. Like, I'm so overwhelmed, but I'm getting so many vibes. Like, I feel like everybody's playing by the rules. I feel like there's these rules in the Matrix. Like there's these rules, right? Like if you've ever watched the Matrix, like you understand that there's these rules. And I feel right now that the reason why this is really live, but like there's not a lot of people on here, but some people are maybe finding us or whatever. I feel like the dragons are keeping guard. You know what I mean? Because some people might be here right now, but I can't see you because you're not subscribed, right? You can't like be present or whatever if you're not a subscriber. But it's really interesting because as I'm looking at like this card and seeing this whole thing and feeling the energy, I'm getting the vibe that the dragons are coming in through this way. I'm a real medium, like I'm a true bona fide medium. I am so strong that I can hold, I can hold it. You know, I've joked sometimes, you say to you guys, I'd be like, I'm like, we're in that energy. We're like, well, I can't hold this, you know what I mean? Like, you know, or she won't hold. But this is different. Like, I almost feel like I need to stand up. I'm like, oh, I'm like, I feel like I need to walk around, but it's okay. Because the dragons are coming through and we as a collective are holding the energy for them to come through the airwaves into the matrix now. Like this is what they've been talking about. This is the, oh gosh, you guys, when I looked down, it was 31. It was 3131, which is also 13 backwards. Again, the Divine Feminine. And 1 and 3 is 4. So 4 is a strong foundation. So it's like the dragons are like, what? We're not cheating. You're using like the sitting American president and the fucking leader of Russia and you know what I mean? Like Iran, like you're using those people for your fucking shit, wherever those energies and entities are coming from, right? They're like, you're using it to hold the 3D. So we're coming in to fucking bring the 5D. We're coming in to hold it. So these dragons that are here and like anybody who's here, like anything that transpires during this today, whether people come in or not, it doesn't matter. It's like this is like permanent now. This will stay in the airwaves. This will stay in the energy. They are imprinted. And that's why they wanted me to see them, because I had already called in and opened the portal before I pulled the cards. So I didn't even know what I was doing. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like maybe some of you guys, like, I feel like this is you too, because look, it's kind of the same thing. Look at how Gaia, this dragon spirit, like, look at how she is holding, like she's connecting. We're the connectors between, you know, as above, so below, right? Like the dragons come from the spirit realm. Gaia comes from the spirit realm, but she has been created in this third dimensional, you know, well, she's been created not in the third dimensional, but that's a whole other thing. I feel like that's literally like, maybe we'll go into it with the other cards, but that's so powerful. And that's like the energy that I'm getting from them. And that's who you are too. If you chose Gaia, you chose this dragon energy, you were brought here. Your purpose is to be the connector between Gaia and the spirit. So you're a medium of some kind, or you know, I feel like you're more than a light worker. You're a channeler. I feel like there's more to come. The beautiful water crystal oracle also wanted to come in. I have not used this deck in so long, and you guys, look at these cards. Like, they are just pure magic. They're all different snowflakes, and then on the back they have messages. So let's see what else Gaia and the dragons have to say. This is such a great book. It is it's by Dr. Masaru Emoto, who is the author of The Hidden Messages in Water. And water is a friend. Oh my gosh, you guys, I love water so much. I pretty much only drink water all day. Okay, this was in reverse, but it's so powerful that it was in reverse. Reverence from the wisdom. There's different, like, you know, quadrants or whatever you'd call them, groups in this. They don't all say wisdom on the top, basically. And I asked them if they wanted me to go into the book, and they said no, of this deck, because we're really just using it for reference. And if they want me to go in the book, I will. But This is you connecting with your divine wisdom. This is with you recognizing, like I said, if you came here, most likely, I mean, you don't have to necessarily have been a dragon in another life, but maybe you will be a dragon in another life. And like you are, you know, this could be for some of you. I just got this, so I always like put through what comes through. For some of you, this may be the lifetime that you need to do the hard work, and you need to be, you know, whatever it is. It's going to be different for all you guys, you know, whether you're the loner, whether you work with other people, I don't know, you know. And obviously we're all meant to have community, but there are some periods in our lives that we do have to walk it alone. It is part of our fucking path. We have to walk it alone so that we can find the inner reverence and wisdom, and connecting with Gaia, with the earth, is the way to do that. So for some of you, maybe it's been really busy and loud because it's to remind you, like, maybe you're not meant to be in a busy city, and you need to be somewhere that you're closer to Gaia, that you're closer to the earth. That just came out, so I just wanted to put that out there. You know, but having reverence for oneself, you know, reverence for me feels, I mean, your mission, should you choose to accept it, if you don't know what it means, is to research it. But I am definitely getting that it's about respect, you know, and having the respect that you're the wisdom keeper. You know, I had to say to one of our fellow tribe members recently, you know, I was like, I know it's hard for you. I'm like, I get it. I'm like, you don't like change. I've known them a really long time. And I was like, I know change is like not something that you're a huge fan of. And I'm a triple fire. So I'm like, hell yeah. I'm like, let's go change. Let's, you know, I'm like, I love it. My moon's in Scorpio. It's like water flow, you know, but my sun, my moon, or excuse me, my sun, my rising, and my sign are Sag. And, you know, but I know not everybody's like me, and I understand that. But, you know, if change is something that I just heard Virgo, so I don't know who that's for, but that's an earth-based energy, right? So if you're feeling like you're fixed or you're rooted and you can't move and you can't, you know, this is you signed on to do this, and you can do it. It's just that there's something that you came here to break in your ancestral lineage, to be the first person maybe to say no, or to set boundaries, or to say, this is me, you know, this is me, right? Like, oh, I have another one of those. I think I need to put it out on Lula's Labyrinth. I'll put a link in or there's a link in the description box, but there's also a link on this channel to my other channel, Lula's Labyrinth, where like my artistic creative side comes out. But I was just looking at some old videos, and I have, sometimes Spirit will have me do like 3 or 4 takes of something, and then I'll just be like, you know, oh, this is the one, and they'll be like, save all of them, and I'm like, why would I save all of them? That's like the same fucking thing. But it's funny because I'll put it out like 3, 4 years later, you know, and maybe somebody will remember it, but it's not about that. And maybe that's for some of you guys too. Like, I'm hearing something about repetitive, or you stopped doing something because it wasn't going anywhere. They're like, okay, but maybe try one more time. Maybe try one more time, because maybe now it's when the energy is finally aligning for you, because it's in the healing phase. Adrenal Hado, which is release, or Hado, I don't know how you'd say it, which is release. And I will see if Spirit wants us to read from the book. Look at how the light is hitting release. Oh, this one, oh, look at it's in reverse. Peace of mind, wisdom. They're saying all you need to do is remember who you are, because also look at this. This is a really old fossil. And this is how old you are. You're an ancient one. You're an ancient one. It's almost like, look at this. It's almost like you're like, no, I'm not. And they're like, yes, you are. You are an ancient one, whether you like it or not. So you need to you have to remember who you are and your ancient energy. You have to remember who you are, and not the third dimensional being that you co-created. Now remember, we can be angry at our, you know, our significant other, friends, family, wow, my boss, and they did this. Remember, they did it for you, not to you. We have been taught to work against each other, to fear each other, sometimes hate each other. We are seeing the unfurling, especially right now. This spring is like one of the most powerful springs we will ever see in our lifetime. The freedom horse, just all the energies, this huge eerie stellium that we just had. Am I saying it right? Stellium. You know, when these huge astrological events happen, they are happening for us. They're putting the fire under our ass. You know, in real time. Today is April 25th, 2026, but you know, next Friday, or this coming Friday, it's less than a week now, is Beltane, and it's also the full moon in Scorpio. And the full moon in Scorpio brings out a lot of shit, a lot of tears. Scorpio can, you know, that stinger. So there's going to be a lot of things that are going to happen. Whenever you watch this, it's timeless, but in real time, that is what's happening. So keep that in mind. You know, this may be the time to break down those barriers, to break those boundaries, to say, hey, I came here to do something and I'm going to do it. And not everybody's going to understand. And that's okay, because they're going to awaken at their own time too. But we are leaders in this tribe. The dragons are leaders. That's why in all stories, in all cultures, the dragon is either revered or feared, or both. But they are respected, because they are fucking, you know, to like us as like the little human doings, all they have to do is just breathe on us and we'd fucking go up in flames, you know. We'd be cinder in seconds, you know what I mean? Like we wouldn't even know what hit us, we'd be dead so quick, you know. And but at the same time, look at that connection with Gaia. If you ever watched the Game of Thrones, you know, the mother of dragons, it's like that was really powerful too, to remind us that the divine feminine, like it doesn't matter how old you are. Khaleesi was very young, you know, when she became the mother of dragons. And in the end, you know, I don't want to give it away, you know, but in the end, it's like things happen the way they were supposed to happen. And we can see how innocence can get corrupted. We've seen it. We've seen it in front of our faces. So this is the time for you to remember who you are. Do we want to read from the book? Okay. So we're going to read, let me see, do we want to read the reverence passage? So we're going to go to the reverence passage. So they're in all different groups. And this one is in the wisdom. So let's see if we can find the wisdom book. Or the wisdom part of the book. I can't pause it when it's live. Okay, cards of wisdom. Here we go. Drink some water, everybody. Stay hydrated. The cleanest, purest water you can find, and not in plastic. Glass is better. Okay. So, reverence is number 7. And 7s are about cycles. And that might mean something to somebody as well. Reverence. This is a crystal of reverence for someone whom you love and respect. So this could be about a particular person for some of you. And, you know, my eyes went to truth above it. It's not here, but in the book, Truth, it says perfect symmetry. Many people say that in geometry lies truth. So I don't know what that means, but so this is your snowflake. How pretty. Oh my gosh. I love this deck. I forgot how magical this deck is. And maybe you'll get some scrying in there too. Reading one. There might be some messages in there for you. Okay, so then the next one is in the healing sector. Let's go there and see where that is. Oh, it's in the, here we go. Now this part, it's very rare that Spirit has me do something like this, but they had me highlight this, that whenever I came to this, by the way, I just started shaking out of nowhere, so I don't know who this is for. Maybe you're having too much caffeine in your body. Also remember that certain foods can hold caffeine as well, like dark chocolate is really awesome, but if you eat too much, it can make you really jittery. Okay, so whenever they highlight anything like that, it's because they want me to read it anytime this card is used. So let me get my glasses. And this is from, I think this is from Dr. Emoto. I mean, it's all him. He wrote it, but I'm saying like think of it as like through him. So it says, he's saying, through my work, I realized the relationship between emotions and organs. When the vibration of a certain part of the body is disturbed, it negatively affects the whole body. The body's intrinsic vibration has to be restored by giving a new external vibration that cancels the disturbance. Okay. So it could be something like that. Like, I feel like I want to leave that, you know, I'm going to leave that there. So we chose Adrenal Hado for you. It's about releasing energy and it's about suppressing energy. So what are you suppressing and what are you not releasing? Now, again, we're some time away from the full moon. So if you're watching this in real time, this is going to be one of those full moons because it's the Aries moon connected to the Scorpio energy. And this is where you have to just use that stinger just to fucking cut through the bullshit and like put it out there into the universe. Write down every person, place, or thing that you want to release or you feel that needs to be released. And if you're not even sure, the best way to do that is I write something to the effect of, you know, thank you, Spirit, for releasing all of the energies that are suppressing me from, you know, my greatest and highest good at this time on my journey. You know, something like that, because it's a powerful time to put something out like that over a full moon, especially in this energy at this time. So, and not to mention that Uranus is going into Gemini, right? Tomorrow, or it's like going into it right now, if I'm saying it correctly. I think it's those two. If I'm wrong, please correct me. I'm not an astrologer. I remember reading something recently this week, and that's what's popping into my head. Um, so you know what I'm saying? Like I feel like you guys need a cord cutting or some type of release, like really letting go of that and working with the energy of you inspire me. Okay. That's what comes up from this book. You inspire me. And the you could be to yourself. You know what I mean? Like you're saying to yourself, you inspire me, self, or however. That's what's coming through. Now, listen, there's some like musical pieces that come through with these. And if I can find the musical piece that goes with your reading, reading one through this, I will see if I can find it through Dr. Emoto. If I can find it, I will put it in the description box. Always look in the description box. Well, you obviously probably found yourself here, so you did. But I'll put like reading one and like a link underneath it, Dr. Emoto, or, however they want me to say it. Okay. Because there could be something there for you because the music that he attached to it has a vibrational energy to help heal you. Okay. So they're having me leave that right there. And then, did you want me to read any more of this, Spirit, and speak any more of this or show them anything else or put anything? Okay. No, they said we said it correctly. Okay, cool. So now we're going to go to your last card, which is the wisdom cards again with the peace of mind. Okay. And it's number 2. So take that for whatever it means to you. Angel number, it could be maybe 2s are significant to you. It could be duality. It can mean many things. It could be divine feminine, masculine, whatever. I'll leave that to you. But the advice from Dr. Emoto, oh, he wants me to read this part. He said, I believe the purity of intention causes a shorter wave vibration. When the wave vibration is short, it carries farther into the cosmos because there is less space between the waves for disrupting vibrations to enter. Human beings have a physical limitation regarding the range of sounds we are able to transmit. To hear or transmit sounds far away must be done in a frequency band exceeding the scope of our ability. What may allow us to accomplish this is water and the molecular cluster in it. And the moon is, oh, I'm so sorry. The moon is made up of water, right? Like it's a water energy. Well, I don't know if it's made up of water, but I'm saying like it's the reason why our tides ebb and flow, right? Like there's a reason why we have tides at all. There's a reason why we get very emotional the more bright Lilith becomes, right? That energy, she's a divine feminine. So it is connected to our heart chakra. It's connected to our self-love and love for others. It's all one, we are one all organism, just on very different facets and pieces. We are evolving into ourselves. Wow, I just saw something really intense that I don't know if I'm ready to share right now. Wow, okay, interesting. Okay, cool. Okay, so it says, if you fill your heart with love and gratitude, happiness and peace, you will find yourself surrounded by an abundance of gifts to love and feel grateful for, and you can get closer to enjoying life of health and happiness we all seek. To expand these wisdom vibrations in your life, choose a card and feel the emotion the card represents. Okay, also, it started on page 10, and 10s are about completion and new beginnings. We take off the 0. One's about new beginnings, okay? So, number 2, peace of mind. The most important words in the world are peace of mind. It is important to have peace of mind in your livelihood, place of work, education, and environment. And I literally heard, not from Dr. Emoto, because he's so kind and gentle, and I feel his energy when I'm reading his book, but from the dragons, I felt like I clean it up. Now you get to see the rest of your beautiful snowflakes. Oh, how pretty. You know, I've been using this deck for a long time, and I must tell you that this one I feel like wants to go upside down, like it wants to be seen this way. These particular snowflakes are very similar. Did you notice that? Like, give me an example, Spirit. Well, I guess to some degree they all have like here's one. You know what I mean? There's something about it. Let's see. We have 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 6, 2. That's why. That's what it is. See, my brain, it's like whether, you know, here's another one, by the way, that kind of looks like an eye. But you know, you see where I'm going with this. So there are no accidents here. Just so you know, 666 is another group of numbers that was turned into darkness and demonized in a movie. If you've ever noticed that, like, all of the like most divine number, well, not all of them, but like 666, 13, those are 2 really big ones, the biggest ones that I know of in my culture in America and beyond in the world in different cultures. 13 is supposed to be unlucky, and there are a lot of buildings that never even, like, they didn't build a 13th floor in their mind, right? Like, they're like, no, it goes 11, 12, 14, you know. If you ever go into big cities, there are certain buildings that literally don't have a 13th floor. They feel like it's bad luck. A lot of hotels wouldn't do that. You know, so then it like got turned into like horror movies and scary. Friday the 13th was bad. Oh, of course it's not. Friday is Freya. Friday was named after Freya, a witch. These readings are about waking the witch, the healer, the deep down believer in magic. That's what this is about. This is about like, wake up, wakey, wakey. So this is like you just coming back to yourself. I am just here to be the, you know, I'm just holding space for your guides and all of these beautiful energies and entities to talk to you today or whenever you watch it. You know what I mean? So it's like, that's why it's there. But I work with 666. That is your mission, and there is no fear around it. Research it and see how powerful it is. Because actually, when you add it together, 6 times 3 is 24, and 24 is the number 6, and 6 is a huge number for 2026. Okay, even 2026, it's 10. It's about completion. You know, it's about a new beginning, and you're right, exactly like at the precipice of your very, very new beginning. And some of you, you know, you've been awakening in stages, and maybe you're already doing this for a living. Maybe you have a channel, maybe, you know, but this is like, oh, no, 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 no. You guys are about to break out. Have you noticed how many, myself included, how many readers and light workers are musicians? You want to know why? Because music is a frequency. Earlier before this, when I was clearing out the energy in my house, I was doing all these like what I would normally deem as practice, but then I felt I just let spirit work through me, and then I started to realize I'm like, no, like I was literally like hitting frequencies in my house. So our voices are meant to be on airwaves, in ears, inside people's energy field to awaken them. It's on such a deeper level than we can possibly fucking wrap our human minds around. It's so beautiful and it's so magical. And you know, oh, and I just heard it. And these are your messages, and this is your transmission. That's it. Okay, that's all I have. Do we have any more messages for reading 1 before we go? No, I didn't think so, but that was like hilarious. But that's how they do, man. They don't like, that's the dragons as well, though. And maybe that was like a message for some of you to understand. Like now it's me. But that is their way of trying to show you, like, like, we don't have to explain ourselves. We don't have to feel accepted, or we don't need to be accepted. It's just an old fallacy. That is the way they've been controlling our magic and, like, taking it all for themselves. And when I say they, we know who I'm talking about, right? The puppeteers. And that's why the puppeteers are starting to see that certain things are not going to go down the way they wanted them to go down. So allow spirit, have faith. This is the time to have the most faith you've ever had in your entire life. This is where every day you wake up and you say, I believe in magic and miracles. I believe in magic and miracles. I believe in magic and miracles. Thank you, Spirit, for showing me how extraordinary my life is. Live in the extraordinary life that you want to live in. Don't wait for it to come for you. There's no more waiting. Now it's about becoming. Until next time, all of my information is in the description box, and we'll see you next reading. Love you so much, reading one. Take good care of yourselves and each other. Blessed be. Oh, bye. Okay, welcome, reading 2. Welcome, reading 2. That was a longer pause than I anticipated, but it felt right. It felt good. So welcome to your reading. Okay, so if you didn't watch the intro, this is about messages from the dragons and the spirit realm on, sorry, there's already things coming through. I'm like, hold on, let me finish my sentence. It's about waking the witches, the healers, and the deep down believers in magic. I just shifted gears with you guys, so let me just make sure. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that they didn't. Okay, somebody needs this, so get your ears ready if you're wearing earbuds, okay? I'm feeling fairy energy. I don't remember what dragon this is, but I'm feeling a lot of fairy energy. Okay, Matilda wants to come in, so that makes sense with the fairy energy. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, so we'll keep it there. We're clearing out the energy from reading 1. I thought we did, but maybe it was just for you. Maybe you guys needed it. I feel like there's like a hole here. So, okay, here we go. So I'm going to bring in the little crystal ball, but I always like to kind of spin it and see where it stops, because I feel like that's where Spirit wants you to see it for scrying purposes, for our scryers. I'm also getting a vibe to get some fresh smoke in here. Take a few deep breaths. It's okay. We got your back. You're not alone. I feel like someone's like holding back tears, or maybe you've been holding back tears. I see somebody sitting alone, crying. That's okay. Get it out. Get it out. And we're here to hold space for you. We're here to hold space for you. Maybe that's what Spirit wants you to do, is to smudge your space wherever you are. I'm getting the vibe about that. Also, I'm feeling the urge to, I don't want to show your cards yet, but I'm getting the urge to move this. I don't know why, but I felt that really strongly. Okay. Maybe because the dragon wanted to be closer to the owl. I don't know. But there's definitely, I'm feeling an uneasiness is the best way I can describe it. Also, I get the vibe, do some of you, feel free to comment below, do you have energies and entities that touch you all the time? If you don't like that, you can tell them to stop doing that. There was a time where I literally was like, I'm going to flip the fuck out if certain things don't stop. And I used to see, I see dead people. Like, seriously, I used to see energies, entities, like if I was in someone's home, a graveyard, you know. By the way, I love graveyards. You know what's ironic? I love to go to graveyards. You want to know why? Because there's like nobody there. There's actually a lot of souls don't hang out in graveyards the way people think, but there are some that do, and it's fine. But my friend took me to this really old graveyard, and I was so excited to go. And it was fun at first, the hauntings that were happening between, like, you know, she knew and I knew, and she was super witchy. She was helping me wake up to my gifts. And but long story short, there was this one, and they kept playing hide and seek with me. And at first it was kind of cute, and then it was like, not even that it was scary, it was just more like annoying. So at that point I said, I don't want to see them anymore. And I just kept saying it over and over. I don't see anything. I don't see anything. But of course the voices in my head got louder, but that's okay, because that's what it was meant to be. And that's what I realized over time, that, you know, you guys, especially if you're a medium or a channel, you can channel a lot of different gifts. You know, some people only have one gift. They only, you know, are like, they're like the best tarot readers, or, you know, and they can see things and they're mediums, but like they are not actually touched by energies, or they're, you know what I mean? It's just different for everybody. But if there's something with your gifts that you're having a hard time with, you can talk to them, especially if it's your guides. You can talk to them and say, you know, hey, I'd rather you not do that. Like, that kind of, you know, freaks me out, or whatever, you know, whatever feels good to you. I just, for some reason, I feel like that is, at least for one person, you do have, you know, control over who and what you allow into your space. I feel like I'm like, where do you want to go, Matilda? Okay, there. I kept feeling where she was like, nope, not there. Nope, not there. Okay, you ready for your dragon? The dragon that wants to speak to you is Spirit Dragon number 8. The number 8 has been coming up a lot, so I'm wondering if you guys are going through that too. Number 8, Spirit Dragon. I love Spirit Dragon. They're so soft and sweet and kind and loving. They're like one of my favorite dragons in the deck. I mean, I love them all, but okay. Oh, they're saying don't go to the... So we're also going to be looking at the Water Crystal Oracle. It didn't really come up that much in the intro. I think it was just because it was meant to just help out in these readings. I'm also hearing, because I'm feeling like this anxiety energy, and I'm hearing it from them, like I'm feeling your energy basically. So they're saying slow down, slow down, slow down. Like I'm hearing it in like a, also my throat chakra, I feel like somebody's trying to choke me, and that's never nice. So you have to speak your truth, reading too. I feel like some of you keep getting sick, and you're getting sick because you're not speaking your truth. But once you start speaking your truth, you're going to find that this sickness is just going to fade away. And some of you, it's like a really big sickness, like something like for some of you, you've had for years, maybe you've been on medication, that one day you're just going to start eating better, you're going to move out of an environment that's unhealthy or whatever, but it's all going to start flowing together. And I feel like, look at the way that this is, now this is the way I say it, okay? But the way that Spirit Dragon is facing, like, first of all, towards the future, but also up. I'm hearing it's time to connect with Spirit. Look up. You know what I mean? Like, look to the light. Look to the light, Carolyn. No, seriously, I'm going to read from the book. Hold on. So, number 8, Spirit. You are truly awesome and your own creator. It says, Spirit appears to us when we are gearing up for another steep learning curve on our spiritual path. He connects most strongly with those who have begun to work on themselves and are well and truly underway with their spiritual journey. Yay, reading 2. I kind of felt like that too. Like, I feel like now you're moving forward. Like, whatever, I feel like for some of you, like you left something behind, and Spirit's like, I'm so, if they call me to, I'll put a link in the description box, but I forget her name, but she's an amazing comedian, and she does these really funny little videos, and she always says, I'm so freaking proud of you, cutie. And that's what I feel like that's Spirit right now saying to you, like they're so freaking proud of you. Okay, so it says, Spirit's arrival frequently precedes those whose job it is to work for the planet and humankind. The dragon spirit connects with those in particular who have embarked upon the transitional journey of deep self-healing and self-understanding, and those beginning to recognize the bigger picture within the circle of life. Spirit reminds us that everything is interconnected. There is no separation. Spirit says, there is no you and I as separate beings. We are all one energy. If Spirit has swooped into your reading today, he says, call upon my energy to support you as you prepare for the next step of your amazing journey. You will go through a myriad of shifts and changes, self-doubt and euphoria as you embrace the next step deep learning process. I am here to guide you through those shifts and changes. You are a spiritual being in physical form, and you have the potential to live a soul-filled spiritual existence on earth. You are truly awesome and your own creator. So embrace what is to come on the next leg of your journey. Use courage. Be brave. Stand tall. You've got this. If you are feeling spiritually disconnected, lost, or simply overwhelmed, Call on spirit to guide your way. Your job here is to watch and to listen to your feelings, sudden flashes of inspiration, and, as always, signs and symbols from the dragon clans. Although these are sent by the dragons, they can be subtle, so be aware and look out for them. Meditate with spirit and ask for his guidance to inspire and enlighten you. Also, I just saw number 68. It's really powerful. Thank you, Spirit Dragon. So while you're going through these huge changes and transformation, call on spirit, because they know. And so many spirit, I don't know, I can't speak for every dragon, but I know that there are many dragons, because I am one, that have lived as human doings. They've been human before, so they have the most compassion for you. They understand, they know, they are here for you. Thank you for the like. Thank you for joining us. This was I didn't know it was going live. I didn't even know it was live until like a half an hour. I think it was into reading one after the group reading. So anyway, so thanks for being here. And thank you for bringing your cool energy. I felt it right away. My eyes were drawn to the screen. So thank you. But yeah, it's like, that's why they're here. They're here to show us that, they know, they understand, they've been here, they know this is not easy, and they know that we are doing it through one of the most difficult times that Earth has ever seen. But you know what? You've done this before. Reading 2, you've done this before. You've done it. You just have to remember. And that's what they want you to see. Now, I didn't feel it for reading 1, but yours, I started to feel to maybe pull another dragon, so I'm not sure if they want me to or not. Oh, the peace dragon. Oh, you guys, I love this so much. It's number 5. 5s are one of my favorite. They're the halfway point, but they're also change and transformation. 2 of my favorite words. So also, do you see how I wanted to put it here? Number 1, they wanted me to remind you how sparkly and awesome and special you are, because you are. This is an aura quartz talking to everybody. Prince is back, you guys. Prince is here. He's like, I haven't left. I've just been quiet. Prince is here, so if you're a Prince fan. Also, this was in reading 1, so if you're drawn to reading 1, you might want to go and check it out. So Peace wanted to come over here. And I just heard that saying, like when you're I think the Catholic religion does it, where they're like, peace be with you and also with you. You know what I mean? But there's something to that. There's something to that. Also, I just got a download that somebody is still Catholic, and you're like, I'm holding out. And they're like, no, honestly, you're not wrong. The religions were actually, we've been going through so many things with religions, but I just got this download from Spirit that they're like, the religions they're having a comeback in a very cool way. Like, a lot of people, that's why this is for the witches, healers, and deep down believers in magic, because we know that we co-created religion, we co-created politics, we co-created all this as a collective, right? To learn the lessons, to expand our consciousness and our awareness of self, and that we are one, and the levels of consciousness, and just the dimensions and the lifetimes and everything. It's all just coming together now. So some people are seeing it, and even myself, it's not easy to always accept, okay? That part we understand. It's not always easy to accept. But what it does do for us is expand us as a whole, and that's why it's here. But religions, when they're saying religions are going to make a comeback, it means that they're going to be community sources. And at some point, it's not going to be, it'll be like somebody telling a story, I remember one time I had a very intense conversation with my very, very right-wing Republican Christian Southern Baptist mother, and me obviously being what I am, full frontal, fully exposed. We were talking about that, and the one thing that I started to understand was, it's not just the level of consciousness, but it's like even each religion, it's like they will just hold that they're like a dog with a bone, and they will hold that, because especially when somebody, when you like somebody, and it's like, it made me think of that song, look out, look out, look out, look out. Dead Man's Curve, or my mom's singing it right now. Anyway, But you know, the boy or girl that your friends and family are like, they're no good or they're bad for you or whatever. It's like, yeah, but it's that little taste of like not so good for us that we need to get a bite of and understand, because again, it expands our consciousness and our awareness. So the religious part is that at some point these books will just be books, because I said to my mom, we know now, there has been proof, but it was burned. A lot of stuff was burned over time from the Nazis and way before them, you know, and what the American president and other leaders have been trying to do in other countries now is to burn history. They don't want us to have history. They don't want us to remember. They don't want us, you know, they're trying to keep us in this, you know, fear bubble and this controlled bubble where they can just control, right? So it was the Bible, anything written that was positive for women or for women or by women was omitted. So it's like, you know, Jesus and Michael and the creator themselves have been really like working with me over this for quite some time. I just haven't shared a lot with you guys, bits and pieces, but I'm still working on it because I feel like I'm meant to write a book about it. So I'm just kind of keeping it a little close to my chest right now. But drink some water. My throat tightened up because they're like, don't say anything yet. They're like, they're not ready for that. I'm like, I know. But basically what I'm hearing is that I said to my mom, if the world, God forbid, goddess forbid, whatever you believe in, I'm like, if the world did horrible happen and we lost, like we see in these movies, the apocalyptic movies and all this. And I said, and there were only copies of Deepak Chopra left on the planet, I said, people would look at that as a form of a Bible, right? I mean, looking to the teachings, oh, that sounds really nice, taking care of people and loving people and the consciousness and what is the consciousness, and you know what I mean? But instead, it's like people keep reading over and over, like, this woman belongs to me and mine, and it's like there's so much greed and ego in the Bible, and I feel like there's something reading too. You guys have some connection to this. I'm hearing Akashic record for some of you guys. I mean, look at how you're flanked by two purple dragons. Purple, and that's why I think Prince came in too. That's why purple was so important to him. Prince is royalty. You are royalty of some kind. Purple is a color of royalty. It has, if you ever, oh man, I watched this really cool documentary recently about the color purple and how it came about, and as research it, look up like the history of the color purple, and not just like the the musical, the book, the movie, whatever, the movie, but you know what I'm saying, like the actual like color in the rainbow purple. So I feel like the way these came out, I mean, they are flanking you. It's like you are so divinely protected. You're as rare as that snowflake in the middle. You came here to do something so extraordinary, and it's going to be something like that. Whether you're going to be a journalist, whether you're going to be, you know, I watched this interview. Spirit's been drawing me to watch so much from the Devil Wears Prada 2 tour. And oh my gosh, it's become a phenomenon. It's like the last time they had a phenomenon like this was Wicked. And it's really taking on, because it's the kind of pop culture that people really want and need right now, in so many ways. But one of the things that Meryl Streep said that moved her the most was that the movies, like the original Devil Wears Prada was like 20 years ago. And she was saying, or maybe it was 20 plus, but whatever it was a long time ago. And she said that she had done 200 interviews up until that one for this tour. And she said that she couldn't get over, she lost count or something like that. I'm paraphrasing, but she lost count of how many young female journalists told her, or maybe they were not women, I don't know, but that's what I saw. But anyway, I digress. Because I think she said something about, in one of the other interviews, about this gay man that, you know, but anyway, just how much that it had an effect on people, because pop culture has an effect on people. And that she said there are so many really bright, very articulate journalists that have like it was because of Devil Wears Prada and because of Anne Hathaway's character that they became journalists. And we need people with integrity right now because so many people are getting bought off to spew lies and tell lies. And I feel like you guys are here. You are divinely protected by spirit. And I feel like, but they want you to do it peacefully. You know, there are those who are marching through streets right now, right? Like, I don't know about today, but you know what I'm saying? Like, and this administration and what's been going on for several years now, there are those who have the energy, tenacity. They're the warriors that are literally designed to go on the front. They might as well be going in there with, you know, weapons, but they're going in there with their energy. But for you, I feel like your energy is really powerful and special, and you're like, how can I contribute? How can I contribute? Right. Maybe start a blog, a channel, whatever, vlog, whatever feels good to you. Maybe write a book. I don't know. But I definitely feel like you are like the peace bringers, and you are literally being guided by these dragons. And can I just show you? I saw this particular card sticking out before I shuffled, and I felt like it was for you, but they told me no, and I shuffled and I brought out peace, and it makes sense. But you guys, this is exactly right. Like, I feel like you're the harmony bringers. And I don't know if that's a 2 or 11, but either way, it's like, you know, because the 2, you have the duality to do it. You have the royalty, the energy. Oh my gosh. And if you're drawn to reading 1, that was reading 1. Oh my gosh, you guys. So maybe you need a message from Gaia. But we're going to get into the book. I love these readings. They're so good today. Like, we haven't done anything like this in a while. And I miss the dragons. I mean, they come and see me all the time, but we haven't worked with the dragons on this channel in a minute. Drink some more water. Whenever the dragons come in, I'm always parched. I'm serious. I'm not even being like silly. Like, so Peace Dragon says, allow me to pull together your scattered energies. This beautiful and gentle dragon encourages us to be kind to ourselves. We frequently push ourselves too hard in our lives, whether this is at work or at home. We forget who we truly are and can miss the beauty in life as we become so self-absorbed. Interesting. I saw the number 17. Okay. Which is also the number 8, and 8 is the number of infinity and the dragons. So this says, this dragon's energy guides us to an inner tranquility, helping us to feel and trust that everything is fine. Finally, we begin to see and understand the beauty and lessons in all things. Although incredibly powerful, this tranquil dragon brings the energy of gentle bliss like the early morning summer sun, giving us a sense of completeness we previously lacked. If she has come to you today, her message is this: allow me to pull together your scattered energies so that you can feel a sense of peace enter your soul, dear one. Every situation has a legacy, but alas, occasionally it can take a little time to appreciate or understand this fully. Let my presence help release any negative feelings, for you are truly a creator and are immensely powerful. By allowing peace to enter our lives, we enable our very beings to carry more light. We become beacons for others to follow. But in order to do this effectively, we must release our need for control. Interesting. Who's having a control issue reading too? If life has been dull or you are feeling generally out of sorts, call upon peace to lift your blues. She will support you by showing you the beauty of life and helping you to celebrate your experiences here on earth. But remember, you can only do this if you relinquish your need for control. When you do so, you will feel lighter, brighter, and more connected to the universe. Okay, I also saw, I think, the number 59. I need to get some more water. Hold on. You're going to hear my water coming out. Wow. Do you guys need some water? That was intense. They're saying go straight into your snowflake. Okay. Here we go. And look at how many things are going on in here. Looks like an eyeball. Do you guys see that? Now, the one thing I neglected to tell reading 1, but I will share with you, is that all of these pictures of the snowflakes are real pictures. Maybe I'll put something on the in the description box, but they are all real, actual photographs that were caught under glass with like all the special cameras. So you got, oh, the confidence was in reverse and power was in reverse. That's why they said you're extremely powerful, and it was in reverse. Some of you, you've been hiding your power for a really long time. Listen, I know, I get it. You're a dragon, or at least you're guarded by dragons, right? You have something so precious, and a lot of you most likely are not feeling the confidence because you're still struggling with some past stuff. And that's okay. Everybody on the planet is in some form of the dark night of the soul. They either are just going fresh into it. They just, it's like between like 1 and 10, or 1 and, let's just use 11 or angel numbers, but so wherever you are is where you're supposed to be, and I think there's a part of us that's always kind of there, meaning like we need both the light and the shadow to exist. And if we are afraid of something, it's usually what scares us is what we're meant to do or we're meant to be. And it could be that sometime in the past or at some point on your path, somebody told you weren't good enough. Or maybe you felt like you weren't good enough, or maybe you were compared, or maybe you did it to yourself. Maybe people have always supported you, but there's been something inside of you. Well, you were meant to keep that light dull for a while so that you can overcome it. And it must be something through your past lives or an ancestral lineage or something, or all of the above. It's going to be different for everybody. But there must be something in there that is holding you back from your true self. So let's see if they want to get into the book. Do we want to read from the book on this one? Yeah. So this water crystal oracle book is just so amazing, and we haven't done the powers yet. I think you're the first reading that had the power card. Yeah, so here's the little explanation of because each one is different. Like some say, like here's one on the bottom, which is such a great card to show love for humanity, right? See, this one says wisdom. Okay. So the cards of power. It is important that we treat water with respect and that we work with all energy in a respectful way. If you choose one of the following words of power to amplify or to honor something in your life, be sure to do so in an attitude of humility and gratitude. The vibrational aspects of a word impart physical effects. Choose a card that has meaning for you. It may be something you want to increase in your life, or something you want to honor or to better understand. It's also on page 9, this information. And I feel like you already know this about yourself, or you know how awesome you are. It's just about like getting past that last barrier, like 9, like you're almost there, like, right? Like, so we saw that spirit is number 8 and peace is 5, which is kind of interesting because 8 and 5 is 13, and that's the number of the goddess. But it's also the number 4, right? Having a solid foundation. So you need this solid foundation in order to pull your power back to you. So, that's really, I like that, spirit. That was really cool. Also, I heard, like my mom used to say, that she wasn't a huge fan of texting because you can't hear the inflection in someone's voice. And I always felt like it was the energy, right? Like you can't tell, like, but I can. So sometimes when people message me, I'll be like, all right, like that's why I don't look at my phone or keep my phone off a lot, because even though I know it's not about me, sometimes I just don't even want to be physically or mentally or emotionally accosted by someone's energy. So there's a difference, right? If someone's like, hey dude, like what's going on, blah, blah, or someone's like, hey dude, like what the fuck, it's like, it's a different energy. So I feel like that's for somebody. So there's that. And obviously confidence represents itself, but they wanted me to tell you that it's also the number 12, and 12 is also the number 3. And today is the 25th of April, and 25 added together is 7. May is the 4th month, that's an 11. And 2026 comes out to 1, that's 12. So I feel like there's some significance around 12 and or the number 3 for you guys. But also maybe to draw attention to, like, it's now or never, you know what I mean? Like it's 2026, like it's like now is the time, now is the hour. You have the strength, you have the power. You just have to believe in yourself. Oh, look at this. Healing, Lourdes, water, love. So this is what's happening. So you don't have the self-love, right? Like if you don't have the self-love, how are you going to have the confidence? So the confidence and the power will come naturally. Oh, we need your guardian. Those things will come naturally once you start loving yourself and loving others. I heard loving others unconditionally. That is I heard your mission, should you choose to accept it, is loving people unconditionally. You know how hard it was when I was working with one of my shamans and she told me that I had to love my rapists. I had to love my abusers. Told me I had to forgive them. And she's like, yeah, they fucked you over. Yeah, they did you wrong. Yeah. She's like, fuck yeah. Yeah, they did. And I know you want to say, oh, they're assholes. She's like, but they're not. They were literally designed in your personal story to be put there. You know, every fucking show, every movie, right? You have the protagonist and the antagonist, right? You have the hero and the villain. We all play that role in someone's story. I've used this before, but it's my favorite analogy and Spirit's bringing it up again. You can be the kindest, most loving, most beautiful, awesome soul ever, and never, you don't kill ants. You don't, you know what I mean? Like you love everybody. But you could have a day where your favorite song comes on the radio and it's a beautiful day and you're driving in your vehicle and you're having a good time and you're like la 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 and you're like, oh shit, I think I just went through a red light, oh my gosh, oopsie. You look back, you don't see anything. But what you don't see is some guy who ran into another guy and now a whole fucking collision started and you become that stupid so-and-so who ran the fucking red light. Do you see what I'm saying? You are now the villain in someone's story and you're completely unaware. Sometimes people know they're villains in our stories, and that's their karma to deal with, okay? Karma and dharma is so personal. But at the same time, none of us escape some like pure existence here, because even oblivion is an existence. Do you hear me? You feel me? So it says the card of healing. Through my work, this is coming from Dr. Emoto, who created this water crystal oracle deck with the snowflakes. And he says, through my work, I realized the relationship between emotions and organs. When the vibration of a certain when the vibration of a certain part of the body is disturbed, it negatively affects the whole body. The body's intrinsic vibration has to be restored by giving a new external vibration that cancels the disturbance. Do you understand? So now we're going to go read what it says about love. And each of these has like their own like song, music, and saying. So if I can find the music, I'll put it in the description box. Just look under like reading two, and you'll know. So let's see, which one is this one? So if you are the Lourdes water, okay, love. It says fill, and it's number 11, you guys. Did I not say I felt like that was an 11 on the harmony? Did I not say I felt like, yeah, I mean, because in my experience, dragons just come from the angel realm. Also, this was the next card on there, and this is the year of the horse, the fire horse, freedom. Tens are about completion. So you're about to step into this is going to be from now, I guarantee you, from today, mark my words, next year, April 25th, 2027, which is an 11 year, you and your life are going to be in a completely different, everything's going to be so beautiful. You just wait. So it says, filled with the love and appreciation energy of the Mother Mary energy, this water is said to help heal negative emotions. This one didn't get a music or a saying, which is really interesting. But the one above it is angel. And so I feel like you guys either are angels or you are divinely protected, because for whatever you're doing here, it's like how you heal others is with love, with kindness, with forgiveness. Stop holding the grudges, let go of the past, because it ain't doing you any good, is what I'm hearing from Spirit. Like, right? Like, it's not helping you in any way. It's not helping you in any way. Okay, do you want to pull any more? So I feel like, and remember, peace and love and harmony. Also, I'm hearing to wear pink and go check out reading 1 if you're drawn to this card. If you're not, don't make something your story that's not your story. Let me see if we have any more cards from the water crystals. And our last confirmation, Spirit, do we have any more messages for reading 2 before we close out? Those are your messages, reading 2. I hope they helped you in any way. We love you so much. Thank you for everything. All of my information is in the description box. Actually, you know what? It's not in the description box because I didn't realize this was going to go live. So all of my information is on my main page. Okay. So you can email me. I mean, whoever watches this later, it'll hopefully be in the description box by the time I'm done. But they didn't have me put anything in or add anything or put any hashtags or any of that. I didn't even put a title, a picture, nada. Like, they had me do that for a reason. And people have floated in here and there, but that's the way it's supposed to be. But anyway, on my main page, like, you know, if you click at the top where I say, hey, I'm Tallulah Wren, blah, blah, blah. There's links there that you can highlight and copy if you'd like to contribute in any way. It is not ever expected, but always appreciated. Thank you. But if that is not in your wheelhouse, prayer is free. It's about the exchange of energy for this reading today. But until next time, if you want to work with me, email me, magickalmedium@gmail.com. That's in there as well. All right, I'm being pushed out the door. I already love you guys. I'll see you next time. Blessed be at home. Bye. Take good care of yourself and each other. Bye. So this was an extension of reading 2. They wanted you to scry. Did you see the hearts, by the way, with the love? I love it. So anyway, until I set up for reading 3, they wanted me to just let you scry here. And Matilda was there for moral support, but also to work with owl spirit medicine. Okay. And then if you want to do any scrying on this, I'm just going to leave it like that, but I'm going back into the mute mode until I get ready for reading 3. All right. Love you. See you next time. Blessed be. Oh, bye. Welcome reading 3. I am going to ring this bell. I can ring your bell. I felt like someone needed some Egyptian energy. So gird your loins, as Stanley Tucci would say. Okay. Okay, welcome reading 3. Welcome witches, healers, and deep down believers. What do you need to hear from Spirit and the dragons today? Also, Matilda, our buddy, she's an owl. She wanted to come in today as well. And we have the crystal ball. And you have some guardian dragons over here right now that I don't know if they're going to show themselves, but I know who they are. And when they want me to, I will reveal them. But as of right now, they just want you to know that you've got extra guardians. Like this is your guardian dragon that is helping you on your path right now, but they are also with you. Okay. So you chose, oh, Destiny, number 15. Oh, I love this card. I picked them, or I should say I shuffled them and they showed me them and I connected with them, but I didn't, it was like, I instantly like forgot it was meant to be that way. Oh my gosh, I'm kind of getting shaky right now, you guys. Destiny's a really powerful dragon. I feel like for some of you, it's intense. Like, they're like, take it in, take it in, take it in, take it in. You got to take it in. You can do this. You are so freaking powerful. You are more powerful than you give yourself credit for. I'm just going to tell you that as your friend, your sibling, you know what I mean? We're all witches, healers, and deep down believers in magic. We are, you know, earth angels, light workers, you know, dragons. I mean, in my experience, if you found yourself here, you either are or will be a dragon. You're either training to be a dragon if you haven't been one in the past, or you have them as guardians. Not all people who work with dragons were dragons. They could be their guardians. I just am getting that. There might be some people in here because sometimes people get false information and I'm feeling like a heaviness, like a disappointment. I feel like some of you are disappointed. They're like, well, but you know what? It's kind of like, it's like being Superman and wishing you had Spider-Man's gifts. You know what I mean? It's like, dude, you're still fucking Superman. You know what I mean? It's like coveting somebody else's gifts. It's like you have to find out why you're coveting somebody else's gifts. I feel like that's for somebody too. You know, coveting, greed, envy, it's all the same energy. It just means that you want something you don't have. And they're like, focus on what you have because that could be, you know, in my experience, you are having that energy flowing through you because you need to work with it in this life and let go of it because it's a form of control. You know, that's why they call it coveting, you know. Also, Matilda's coming in, so I feel like we're going to go in for some, she's got some messages in here. So let's see. And when she puts herself here over the clear, let's see how many come through. Sometimes it's a lot, sometimes it's a little. Sounds so wrong. There is one that's like stuck in between my fingers right there. Look at that. I'm like, let's see what that one, that must be the first one. Keep frozen. What? Interesting. What does that mean? So we have keep frozen. I just go to the ones that my eyes are drawn to. Community. This one was upside down. So what does this say? Traditional. Traditional community. Keep frozen. Body. Interesting. This one is down here. My eyes just went to this one that fell. It's number 15, which is also the number 6. It's kind of cool too because it kind of looks like flames. Also, we knocked over, this is a, I want to say love quartz. It'll come to me. But that knocked down too. So we're having that. And if you're drawn to reading too, I'd really highly suggest you check it out because there was a lot of great messages in there. 70%. I kind of feel like you're 70% there. I don't know who that's for, but I feel like at least one person, maybe you're like, how, you know, do you remember when I was a kid and I was watching the Smurfs, and one of my favorite things is when they'd go on a journey and they'd keep asking Papa Smurf how long is it going to be, Papa Smurf? He's like, oh, not long now, and then they're like, 20 minutes later, how long now, Papa Smurf? Not too long, not too long, and he's like trying to stay positive until finally somebody will say it, and like just that one time, and Papa Smurf will turn around and be like, yes, it's very long. I kind of feel like that's spirit to you, but not in a mean way. That's why they're laughing. Like, they love you so much. I feel like you're like constantly like, is it now? Is it now? Is it my turn? Is it my turn yet? And they're like, slow your roll, slow your roll. Look, it literally says long. I will show it with the camera in a minute. So maybe it is a long, long road. And you have to remember, it's about the journey, not the destination. So they're trying to help you love your life the way it is instead of loving it the way it's not. Made with. Also, there's a piece of rosemary that is on there. And so I'd say work with rosemary in some capacity. And I think this is the last one. Ooh, lemon. Ooh, maybe lemon and rosemary. That's very specific. Keep frozen. Oh, okay. Maybe they're saying like, make sure you keep like lemons, like keep them frozen, or you know what I mean? Freeze your lemons, or I don't know if you can freeze lemons. Look into that. I don't know. But I'm just saying, like, I just think it's kind of interesting. Okay, let me do one more little, I always like to do like a little check and see if we have anything else around here. Some that flew out. Because it happens sometimes. Okay. There we go. Sorry if that hurt your ears. Okay, so let's go look at your, because this is for you, so it's the what you see. So let me, can you guys see it clear? Okay. But I feel like you're 70% there. It's not as long as you think it's going to be. Number 15 means something, but also it's a number 6, or it could be 51 because 15 is mirrored and I don't have 51 in there. Do you know what I'm saying? So either way, whatever these words mean to you, and you can jumble them up if it's better for you. That's just the way I was, I felt like when that made with was like made with love. Maybe it's about taking care of your body. Lemons and rosemary are so good for your body. Okay, so there's that. We haven't even read the Destiny Dragon, have we? I'm like, have we? I've been doing readings for 2 hours straight, so I'm like, I didn't even know this was going to happen today. When it happens like this, it was like 1 minute I was like talking to my landlord. I'm like, okay, bye. I'm like, I'm going to go do a few readings, then I'm going to go work on the yard. Right now, I'm like, I hope I have the energy to work on the yard. I mean, if not, I'll do it tomorrow. But anyway, so Destiny. Oh, this is why they wanted that to go first, because we didn't read it yet. Okay. Also, my eyes are going to this, and they said these are your last messages. But I feel like they want me to put them, where do you want me to put them? Over here. And my eyes will go to them when they're ready. Drink some water. It's imperative to stay hydrated, especially when we're working with the dragons. All right. And they're so fucking powerful. I love them. Okay, Destiny. It is your life, your journey, your path. You walk it your way. Destiny is a mighty dragon of great authority. She has no time for fluffiness, ego, or human dramas, as she puts it. She and her kind have been hidden in the depths of the earth for eons, waiting for us to be ready to take back our power and stand in our individual and collective might. She wants to galvanize us into action so that we stand strong against adversity and, if necessary, fly in the face of authority to challenge systems that are no longer fit for purpose. She says, if you want change, you need to be that change, not wait for others to do it for you. You do not need their permission to live your life your way, nor can they absolve you from responsibility. It is your life, your journey, your path. You walk it your way. Light and fluffy will not create lasting changes on your planet. Have you ever tried moving a large, square, flat bottom stone uphill? It's impossible. As humans, you need to come together and work in union, not isolation. Take responsibility for who you are. Hold the vision of what you wish to create and work together with others. We are facing periods of change and at times adversity. We, as people of Earth, can only achieve a more secure future if we come together and work for the good of all. We can be the change. The time for division has passed. It is time for us to unite, collaborate, and work in union. You guys, what the fuck? We got community. That's why they didn't hear me read it first. Oh my gosh, now they're having me read her other messages. Just this one, they said right now. Just this one. These two. Okay. So this one is, let me see if I can get in focus for you. Now I get these from teas or whatever. So this one says traditional medicinal. So I feel like for some of you, and reading 3, right? Yeah, sorry, reading 3. If I ever call you another reading, I apologize. It's not because I don't care. I'm just in it, you know? But beautiful souls of reading 3. At least one of you are being pulled to work with traditional medicine, like herbs and plants. And if you were drawn to reading 1, you may want to go check that out. Oh, I love this. Real Juicy Couture. Now, I used to have a secondhand shop, okay? And I had tags. And this is about somebody making like real like juicy couture, like not like because of juicy couture, you know, love them, whatever, right? But what they're saying is that making something juicy, something really awesome. Couture means one of a kind. That means when you hear about couture fashion, it literally means one of a kind, and like translated, right? Like loosely translated for our understanding. So it could even be for some of you with traditional medicine, maybe it's something that's really juicy and it's something original that you're going to make, that you're going to bring to the planet. You know what I mean? You hear me? You feel me? And then this one is from Buddha Tea. And with the lotus being there, I would say work with the lotus energy and Buddha. And this is from, oh, it just says Buddha Teas. But let's see, it says, it doesn't want to focus. We got to put it in front of the candle. All problems are illusions of the mind. It's so fucking true, you guys. And look at like the furry fuzzy. I almost feel like some of you, like, you're so harried. Like you're like, I don't even brush my hair today. I don't fucking care. It's like we are not meant to like wear ourselves down like that. Like, you know, it's insane. We're all starting to see through the facade. It's like all the countries. It's not just like one big country or one big city. It's like everybody's seeing through the bullshit. Everybody's understanding it's bullshit. You know what I mean? So they're saying like, it's time to use your gifts and your skills. I feel like there's so many messages in here. So, oh, that's so cute. So I'm Tallulah Wren, but I'm not on Facebook anymore. But I'm hearing for some of you, I feel like it's time to get off Facebook. Get off Facebook. It's not your place. Oh, look at this. 10 each. When I had my store, that's my writing and my numbers. $10 each. So it could be something with that too, with like your new business, like maybe doing something that starts out small where they're like $10 each, you know. I just saw that too. Okay. They're like one more, and I'm hearing let it go, let it go. And keep frozen is also like keep on keeping on, but then frozen. I feel like frozen is really special to one of you guys, or there's something, but that song is like your anthem, and they're saying play that motherfucker out. Keep playing it until you know what I mean? Like play it, and if you're not, you know, it will stay in your head forever. So just be prepared if you've never heard it. It took me, I think it took us all a really long time to stop hearing certain songs. It's like you love it, but at the same time, you're like, oh dear God, like when's it gonna go? But that has something to do with that too, like us all being connected. So interesting. Let it go, right? So it says, hot tea because you're a hot tea. Get it? For some of you, I'm hearing like it's time to get your body back. That's where this came from with the body. And I feel like this made with, look at this. Now it's changing. Made with traditional medicines, $10 each. Oh, shit. Maybe some of you have been thinking about doing something with rosemary or lemon, or maybe it's something, you know, a grandma, like an old recipe. But yeah, there's something there. Now that they're all together, let's go back. So powerful, my loves. So powerful. This might be it for you guys. I don't know. We'll see. I'll see if also I just heard the I feel like somebody started kind of like singing it as a song and you're like hot tea because you're hot tea and you're like being cute. And then I saw like the number 15 is like it's like, okay, spirit wants you to stop trying to look like you did when you were 15 because no matter how old you are, I don't care if you're 19 watching this, I don't care if you're 90 watching this, you are never going to look like you did when you were 15. Now, you can grab highlights of yourself from when you were 15, maybe the way you like to dress, something. I mean, recently Cyndi Lauper put out this shorts. I follow her on YouTube and just her hair and the outfit, I was like, "Oh, Cyndi." I'm like, "Yes, thank you." Like I felt like I was looking at my childhood, you know what I mean? Like I was born in 71, so she was my first icon. I dressed like her for a homecoming dance and you know, I was always like the weirdo, just like her, right? Not knowing what I was or what I was doing. But I was the first person in like my town and my area to wear like black leggings with a big red crinoline on top of it, you know, with black lace up high heel boots and, you know, and gloves and the whole thing. I love it. I was so awesome. Anyway, you know, so that's cool. Like you can still be that, but they're saying, but don't try to be like what you were when you were 15 because you're not 15 and you're meant to be like where and who you are now. So embrace it, like marry those two together because you guys, it's your destiny. This is your destiny. All of these things that are coming through, they're your destiny. Let's see if any other dragons want to speak to you. Any other dragons want to speak to you? Okay, no. And then do we have any of the water crystal oracle deck that wants to speak with reading 3? Reading 3. Wow, you didn't get any of these. That's so interesting. Do they get a I was going to say, do they get one for oh, yay. I'm glad. This came through from reading 2. I love it. It rhymes. From the wisdom, love for humanity. So this is your job. So if you are drawn to reading 2, go check it out. But this is yours. That's yours. I felt like somebody was like, "Hey, I wanna get one of those water crystals." So these are actual real images taken under a microscope by Dr. Emoto and his team. So if you're interested, it's like one of the coolest decks. It's called the Water Crystal Oracle. It's super fucking special. Do you want, is it in their greatest and highest good for me to read from the book for this card for them? Oh, yay! You guys get one. Yay. I was gonna say, I'm like, I kind of was like saying to them, I'm like, they don't get one. The snowflakes, like, it's like one of my favorite parts of this deck. Drink some water. So much water is coming through in this reading. Okay, so let me at least, okay, so you know your wisdom, love for humanity, but I just heard somebody wants to see it this way. Okay. Oh, cute. It's like, oh, here, I have another one of these. There we go. You can see it a little bit better. And also, Destiny is showing me the reason why she's over to the left is because some of you, to get to your destiny, you do have to look and like you do have to look in the past. You are going to have to dig deep and deal with some shit, but Destiny's got your back. You heard her. She had a lot of different voices going on there, but like she has got your back and she chose to support you. You have to look at it like that. And when they say she or he, it really just is there representing the divine feminine or the divine masculine. So I feel like she is reminding you of your heart center and being the love for humanity. Yes, you're as rare as a snowflake, right? But that's the point, is like in order for you to really step into like all of these things, you know, that they pulled through over here. I'm like, I want to keep the ancestors in there too, but I kind of want to give you guys your energy over here, you know. But you know, all of these things came through over here for a reason. You know, they're little bits and pieces. You know, sometimes it applies to all one person. Sometimes it's just, oh, that applies to that person, that applies to that person. But the one thing you all have in common is there's something languaging is that there's something in the past because there's some really cool energies coming through, you guys. I feel really high now. I am high, but like I feel like somebody just came in and like smoked a joint like high, you know. So this could be a family member. I do feel like somebody's coming through and it feels like that. Like they kind of feel like a hippie vibe, but I feel like maybe they died when they were like in their teenage years or like somewhere between like 17 and 21 in their youth. And I feel like they, he kind of reminds me of Paul Dano, the actor. If you don't know who he is, look him up. Paul, and the last name is Dano, Dano. And he's been in a lot of movies. Phenomenal actor. But anyway, but imagine him with like long, beautiful, like wavy hair. And he doesn't, I don't think he's wearing glasses, but maybe he is, or I don't know. Anyway, but whoever this is, this energy, they are so loving, and they're a spirit guide. They're either a spirit guide that you knew, or someone in your past, or maybe they're just here for everybody in reading 3. I'm not quite 100%, but they are such a like a hippie love vibe in such a great way. They're like that kind of guy that like you're like, dude, everybody loves so and so, you know, because they're like so nice. They don't have a mean bone in their body. So this energy is calling as well. So there's something with the past, with the destiny, with that. That is really interesting. Okay, so that was for somebody. I don't know exactly who that was for. So now we need to find your card. If I can find it. Oh, here we go. I think it's on the next page. Oh, here you are. Number 10. 10s are about completion too. That's very powerful. Love for humanity. Water travels around the world, and we can learn so much from it by its ability to flow through every boundary and return to its source. So see how destiny is looking back? It's like you are so close to your destiny. You are so close. But there are some things that you're going to have to work on, and there are some things that you're going to have to look behind and really shed and release and let go so that you can fully step into this flow. And let me see. I feel like the dragons are they don't fuck around. I swear I swear I heard somebody go, and we're done. Are we done with reading 3? Well, reading 2, I thought we were done. And then there was like all these other things that had to happen. And I think later I'll look back on it and laugh because it was all meant to be that way. And I get it, like for scrying purposes. But also, I didn't know this was going to go live. And I thought I hit unlisted. And then I realized when people started coming on, I'm like, oh, okay. But also the dragons have been keeping people at bay. It's really interesting because it's the middle of a Saturday. Although that's in the US. I mean, different time zones. It's, you know, I don't even know what time it is. Anyway, do we have any more messages whatsoever for reading 3 before I close the portal? No. Okay. So those are your messages, reading 3. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for being a part of this beautiful tribe. Eventually I will put when this is done, I will put the timestamps in and all that good stuff. But for now, all of my information's on my page. If you would like to contribute to any work I do on this channel, or if you'd like to work with me one-on-one, my email address is there. The links are there. You just have to highlight them, put them in your browser. And yeah, and there's some info about me. If you're new here, welcome. Welcome back for those of you who keep coming back. But yeah, it's all good. I've been saying this so many times. All right. Because I've been doing all these different readings, but it's so fun. So I don't know what I'm saying. All I know is that we're done. I love you. And until next time, take good care of yourselves and each other. Blessed be. I hope. Bye. Welcome, reading 4. I'm excited to read for you guys. This feels like a quiet, silent little thing happening. I'm excited to see which dragon wants to work with you right now. Oh, of course, the Philosopher. That makes so much sense. Number 25, which is also number 7. But guess what? Today, when I'm recording this, is April 25th. It could be someone's birthday, too, or someone important to you. That's crossed over. That's interesting. That just came through. Could be a grandma. Kind of feels like a divine feminine energy. But I digress. Okay. I'm like, I have to string it back in. Okay, so you chose the Philosopher. The Philosopher would like me to sit down right now. And they want you to just observe them for a moment. Just observe them. We're going to zoom in. Okay. I feel like some of you really love dragons. Then you know what they're saying to me? They're just as honored to meet you and just as honored to sit here with you as you are with them. The reason why you feel this like connection with dragons, or that you revere them or put them, you hold them high, is because you just intrinsically know that they are literally sorry, I was distracted. Interesting. Okay, so this is for you. I was distracted by ants that I just literally put stuff there, and I'm like, oh my gosh. I'm like, why would they? I feel like this is you. Okay, so the Philosopher is trying to get you to concentrate, focus, stay in your lane, so to speak. I feel for some of you, you're going like 100 miles a minute. And I feel like the Philosopher is really urging you to slow down. Read a book, write a book. I'm getting the energy that when you don't have to be anywhere, and you do get to choose where you are, by the way. Yes, you do. When you connect with that energy, think of the dragons. The Philosopher dragon came here to speak with you. So I'm going to read from the book. Oh, you want me to? Okay, hold on. There's something coming through, so let me connect with them for a minute. Take a few deep breaths. I feel like somebody's holding their breath. I'm like, just breathe, 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 breathe. I feel like, honestly, and I'm starting to kind of like get the shakes. I got this in one of the other readings too. Somebody is having way too much caffeine. I feel like and I'm even yelling. Okay, thank you, Spirit. Right? It's a choice. You can pull yourself out of that. You don't have to be in it. Sometimes it's good energy, right? Sometimes we like a lot of people and it feels really good and it's all awesome, but then we have to go and we have to fill our cup again. When we're depleted, we can't do what we came here to do. And you guys, the Philosopher chose you. So that's really important, okay? And we're going to get to their information and their words of wisdom in a minute, but I feel like they want me to pull. Oh, here's your snowflake. So oh my gosh, there's so much scrying going on in this right now. It's unbelievable. So we are working with the water crystal oracle as well with the dragons. And I almost feel like the water is like our secret weapon that we don't even realize. And it's here to like love us, take care of us, watch over us. That's why our bodies are made up mostly of water. Think about it. Most people who are in a quote unquote bad way is only because of outstanding or outlying circumstances, right? So I'm hearing, don't forget your magic. Okay, do you want to pull any more from here? Do you want to pull any from here? Okay. Do we want to go into this book first? Wow, you guys are really powerful. I don't think you really understand. I think you're about to in just a few seconds. 25, the Philosopher. Ooh, Asclepius came through too. Asclepius. Here we go. Drink some water, by the way. Stay hydrated, please. Okay, the quote from the Philosopher is, "You should follow that which you seek with your heart." This wise old dragon is all about learning and the direction your life is taking. This can be in your 3D physical world or on a metaphysical level. He shows up when you have been considering taking up any kind of study, whether you are returning to or continuing with formal education or undertaking personal or spiritual development. He came to me, this is the creator of the book and the cards. He came to me bringing a strong connection to Galileo and to the planets, the solar system, mathematics, and science. And I just heard Akashic Record. He says, "One is never too old or young to learn. Set your sights high and reach for the stars, for you have much to gain from and to reveal to your learning partners." He has a particular affinity with the stars and constellations and is often associated with people learning the old arts such as astrology, scrying. That's why I wanted to put that in front of you, right? You scryers. How many things? I mean, please comment below all the different things you saw, because I saw so many I lost track. And I didn't want to say anything because I want you to see what you see, you know? And if they have me turn, oh, they did say turn it again. I said, if they have me turn it again, I will. We'll keep turning it. Okay. So that's interesting. So this, he's particular. So meaning like if the Philosopher chose you, you're meant to bring something to the earth right now from the old arts, such as astrology, scrying, divination, right? Like readings, all this stuff, sciences, the Akashic Record, numbers, numerology. He also goes to say, "You have been putting off that which you want to learn. Your self-doubt hinders you from following your passion and your true path. Your affinity with the old arts is the starting point of your journey. Take this as notice that you should follow that which you seek with your heart, for only then will you truly tread the steps of your destiny." His presence helps us navigate our world and our chosen direction. He becomes our compass, our guiding star, when we are at a loss as to what comes next. Call upon the Philosopher's presence to help steer you forward. So this dragon chose you for a reason, because you're ready. You're ready. And most likely you're a teacher or a leader of some kind. Whatever, insert your story here, your want, your need, your, the things that we yearn for. It's the Rumis, saying whatever you're seeking is seeking you. So your path is seeking you, and it's trying to, it's probably already showing up if it hasn't showed up already. But it could be also, you could be doing one thing and Spirit wants you to pick up and do something completely fucking different. That's a huge thing. I get it. Shifting, I've done it so many times and I understand. But it just means that take it as a coup, right? Like, but like a good coup, right? Like meaning like, it just means like you're done. I think I might have said that wrong. But it just means like you're done with that right now. And now you're meant to work on this other thing, right? Because remember that it's about the journey, the path, the purpose. If you reach the destination, it's over. Well, sometimes you reach the end of that chapter. Now you're ready for a new chapter. So I just got the chills. So work with the Philosopher dragon, work with your spirit guides, what are you drawn to? I just heard, don't be afraid to listen. And I feel like that's for all of you, but it'll hit you all differently. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so your message on the back of your snowflake is healing. Yeah, if you were drawn to any of these other readings, especially reading one, I would go check it out because it was all about in real time. We're less than a week away from the full moon in Scorpio, which whenever you have Scorpio and Aries together, that's a one hell of a bang. Also, I would be remiss if I didn't point out the Captain Obvious that both cards have green on them. So get your feet in the earth where it's safe to do so, barefoot. Connect with Gaia. I'm just give you a little wink wink. Gaia is all over the energy of reading one. So you may want to check that out. There's a lot of great messages in there. Now, of course, this is going live, but not many people have come through, which is good. Do we have any more messages before we go into the book? Do we have any more? Oh, okay. I had a feeling we had, I was like, I'm feeling another card somewhere. This way? This way? Hold on. Let's just breathe through it. I feel like some of you are really struggling with your gifts. You're really struggling with your gifts and coming forward with them and seeing things other people don't see. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with you. You're not crazy. Wisdom, love for humanity. That was in reading 4. For some of you, maybe you need a little bit from all the readings. Maybe they're not gonna, I'm gonna see if they're gonna have me. Because I just was wondering, I'm like, I wonder if they want me to read from them. Because they don't usually have me repeat myself. Would you like me to read either one of those from the book for them right now? They said yes, because some of you won't do the work. Oh, shit. Let me tell you something. This is what I said earlier at the beginning of this. I was like, if you don't want to fucking hear from the dragons, like, they don't fuck around. They don't fuck around. They don't mince words. They don't have ego. Ego is like, this the human. It's part of the human thing and the expansion of the human consciousness. But in real time, in the dragon world, in the realm of the dragons, ego is not part of their makeup. So when they say something, it's not because there's some fucking hidden something behind it. It's not, you know what I mean? It's like they're just saying it like it is. And so they're saying, yeah, some of you won't do the work. So they're going to have me feed it to you again, and that's okay. Or you're saying you're giving me the choice. Interesting. Oh, my throat chakra is so tight. Hold on. Is it in this one's greatest and highest good for us to read it again? No, you have to go to reading 1 to get this is really fucking powerful, by the way. Number 1 was, this is about waking the witches, healers, and deep down believers, right? Like, this is about waking you the fuck up. So no, we can't mince words. We don't have time for this fucking bullshit. Like, that's what they're saying. It's like, this has come from the spirit guides. The philosopher is just sitting over here, like, he's like, I feel like he's here, right? Well, of course he's here right now, but I feel like right now he's just like listening and he's just like going through his book and he's flipping the pages. And if he feels the need to say something, he will. But otherwise, he's like, take it, angels, take it. Yeah, because they're getting tired of it. For some of you, it's like you're just going in the wrong direction. And for some of you, you're like literally purposely going in the wrong direction. And they're like, listen, wake up. They're like, we don't have fucking time for this. You know? Oh gosh, you remember that scene in the Goonies where she's flipping the fuck out and she's like, and all of a sudden they just like, kind of slap her back into reality. No, I don't condone hitting. I don't remember what they do. I don't think they smack her, but maybe they do. I think she shakes her. I think her friend shakes her. But right, she's like, listen, we have to fucking get out of here. Like, because sometimes people freak out. So if you're in one of those people, it's okay. No one's judging you. But this is just a time where it's like, listen, we need your wisdom and your healing right now. We need you to connect with the philosopher because people need to release right now. There is a repression that is so deep that people don't even realize it. And for people to recognize their love for humanity. That's one of your gifts. Like, you hold a wisdom. You hold an old ancient wisdom. Reading 4, you guys, you possess an old, look, it's like, I feel like I'm in your cave right now. I just want to sit down and be in your cave with you. This is not like, this isn't to be like, fuck you. You know what I mean? Like it's not like that at all. It's literally not like that at all. It is a pure, just all is well. You know? All is well. Calm down. You need some deep fucking healing. You're exactly where you're supposed to be. Crying is strength. Releasing and moving forward is strength. And we cannot move forward if we don't release what is holding us back. You can't leave the fucking dock if you're tied to the, you know, it's like if you're tied to the dock, your boat can't ship sail, or you know what I'm saying? And your love for humanity is very deep. Even the dragons, you know, sometimes I feel like the dragons are like, we're not their favorite. Humans, you know, we're not their favorite, but they love us at the same time, you know? They have a love for humanity. We all do. If you found yourself here, you know? So this is the wake up witches, healers, and deep down believers. Messages from spirit, because the time is now. The time is now. So with that being said, do you have any more messages for reading 4? Would you like me to read from this book anymore? Would you like me to read from this book? Okay, both cards. Okay, both cards. Oh, do we want to read from healing? No, you'll just have to watch reading 1. Now, obviously, at some point, I will have timestamps on these. Like I said before, I didn't even know we were going live until like, I think it was the end of the group reading. No, I think it was reading 1. I was like, holy fuck, this is really live. I'm like, I thought we had it unlisted, Spirit. I'm like, oh, dragons, they're so savvy. Drink some water. I think they would have like, I think they do it sometimes too, because like I put so much on my plate sometimes, and they know, like, if I know too much ahead of time, I might over prepare. And sometimes there's just certain things you just can't over prepare for. And maybe this is for you too. And I think it was last reading 3. It was one of them. Anyway, I've lost track, but you know, it was about control. And this has been a big thing with our tribe for years. All of us have fucking control shit. All of us do. In different ways. But it makes sense because we all had to hide so many parts of ourselves. And when you hide parts of yourselves and you start wearing masks, we all become fucking civil, right? We all are multiple personalities. Like, it's like, you know what I mean? It's such a big fucking deal. It's no joke. So, you know, the philosopher in all green is just, and especially in this Taurus energy, thank you, right? It's just reminding us to stay close to the ground. As the dragons told us in one of the other readings, you know, they're burrowed in the earth with us. You know what I mean? They're underneath us. They're always there. They're always looking out for us. They're in their caves. They're doing their thing, living life, going into different dimensions. A lot of things are folding into each other right now. And it's a little cray cray. Scares a lot of people. So they understand. So if you want to know more about healing, release, you'll have to watch reading 1. Some good shit in there too. But if you don't, I will say again, in the wisdom and love for humanity card, this is coming from Dr. Emoto, who actually, you know, brought this deck to life. And all of the snowflakes that you see are real, actual snowflakes that were, those pictures were taken under a microscope. It just goes to show just how magical this planet is. So he says, I believe that the purity of intention causes a shorter wave vibration. When the wave vibration is short, it carries farther into the cosmos because there is less space between the waves for disrupting vibrations to enter. Human beings have a physical limitation regarding the range of sounds we are able to transmit. To hear or transmit sounds far away must be done in a frequency band exceeding the scope of our ability. What may allow us to accomplish this is water and the molecular cluster in it. If you fill your heart with love and gratitude, happiness and peace, you will find yourself surrounded by an abundance of gifts to love and feel grateful for. You can get closer to enjoying the life of health and happiness we all seek. To expand these wisdom vibrations in your life, choose a card and feel the emotion the card represents. And in your case, you chose love for humanity. And it says, and it's number 10, another completion. This is really powerful. Water travels around the world, and we can learn much from it by its ability to flow through every boundary and return to its source. And also, if you're noticing, the philosopher dragon is actually looking backwards, looking at the past. So it could be something you need to look through, maybe an old journal. He's looking through a book. Maybe it's an old photo album, to be honest. Earlier today, I don't know why I said to be honest. I've been really correcting my languaging. Also, I noticed that I sound and laugh like a lot of people, like from my family and friends growing up. And I think I inadvertently like picked up their stuff, and now I'm like, do I really laugh like that? Like, do I really say that? Or is that an old version of myself? So I feel like throat chakra, right? So really, when you're going and looking at the past, like, don't just look at the past. You know what I mean? Like, look at all of it, see it, experience it. Maybe you do need to look at an old photo album. Maybe you need to ask more questions. Maybe you want to know more history about your grandparents or your great grandpappy. You want to know like what happened during the Civil War in your family. You have, why are there skeletons in the closet? You want to know more. You want to hear more. That's beautiful. There's nothing wrong with that at all. So I feel like for some of you, it's time to dig deep and get into that healing mode. But yeah, I felt like reading one was very witchy. So I feel like if you were drawn to it, or even when I said that, also, I didn't even notice any flies were in here at all. Like I've been in here, I don't know how long, and I've not seen a fly. And just now a fly went by. So work with the fly spirit medicine, spirit animal. And they also, they do come in forms of, people believe that flies, they serve a purpose, so I have no anger or beef with them. They're just also very easily manipulated. That's why people will use them in dark magic as spies, as natural spies. They've been using dark magic for a long time. But I just asked that fly if they could, I'm like, I have respect for you. I'm like, you have your own life. You don't have to, like, you could do whatever you want. I feel like this was a message for you, though. That's, this is where you can work with nature, like I just did, or against it. And if, again, we'd be remiss if we didn't point out the green and the nature, but also the blue and water. So I feel like for everyone here in this reading, it's time to get out somewhere in nature with sitting on grass, but putting your feet in water, whatever water it is, salt water, river water, lake water, whatever feels good. I personally don't like ponds or lakes. I'm not a huge fan of stagnant water, but I can appreciate like a really big lake that feels like a river or feels like the ocean. I'm from Chicago, so Lake Michigan was it was the biggest ocean I'd ever seen at that time. But even I understood the great and had respect for that water. I almost drowned so many times, and I'm triple fire, but my moon's in water. So it's also a time to really expound on looking into your birth chart, connecting with your birth chart. Maybe it's time to study and work with the philosopher on your birth chart. Also, I wasn't sure when or how these were going to come in, but these were something that is new that has come into my world, Astro Dice. They're super fucking cool, and they have like all different things on them. Like one has like number, or like they're like numbers, they have zodiac signs, and then like planets, and it's really cool. So it might be a fun way if you're somebody that's thinking about studying something like that. That might be a fun thing for you to work on or work with. Are there any more messages, Spirit? I feel like there's somebody's trying to come through, that's why I'm asking. Are there any more books you want me to read, or do we want to pull any more cards before we go? No cards. Also, at the bottom of the deck is Earth and Rainforest. So I feel like for some of you, it's time for you to get to somewhere really magical. Not just a forest, but a rainforest. I don't remember which reading this was from. I want to say it was reading 2, but I don't know 100%. But this just like literally fell out. but that was in one of ours. And having reverence, right? The respect for yourself and why you came here. Like this is not the time to play small, is what I'm hearing from Spirit. This is a time for you to connect with your guides and with the whole universe. Like you have something really big here to do. And for some of you, it might just be the beginning, and that's okay. You know, when I went back to college in my late 30s, I was so grateful that there were two other women that were starting school the same time I was. And one was like, I don't know, 10 years older than me. And the other one was like 20 years older than me, or 25 years older than me. And she was like, I retired. Yeah, she was like 65. And she was like, I retired, but I just couldn't. She's like, at first it was really awesome. She's like, and I did whatever I wanted when I wanted. It was like, she's like, I played in my garden. She's like, I did. And then she's like, I was bored to tears. And her husband said, why don't you go back to school? And she said, what would I go back to school for? And he's like, you know, you've always wanted to make clothes. Why don't you see if you like it? He goes, just go for a semester. If you don't like it, drop out. He's like, who cares? And they had the means to do so. So she did, and she loved it. And we both talked about, like, you know, the first semester we talked a lot, and then, you know, you take different classes, whatever. But whenever we'd run into each other and have conversations, the one thing that we had in common, we had another lady, and sometimes we would hang out together. And long story short, it was really cool that we would, you know, talk about how much we were learning from the younger people, you know, who were just starting college. But also there were people in their 20s, you know, you start to realize everywhere, in their 30s, their 40s, and it was really no big deal. It was an art school. So, you know, it could be for some of you, maybe you're meant to go train and work with someone. Also, I think it was reading 2, because reading 2 was talking about herbal traditions. Oh yeah, the winds are going wild now. So it could be working with the plants, the planet. My throat is getting really tight. Okay, they tell me I have to go. All right, do we have any more messages for reading 4 right now? Are we done 100% with every single aspect of the reading? Do we have any more messages for reading 4? Okay, there are, but there's, it feels like a crossed over spirit. Is there a spirit here that would like to speak with someone in reading 4? It is a grandmother energy. I'm using my grandmother's pendulum, and it just disconnected on its own. That's why I stopped for a second, because I was like, what the fucking fuck? But it did right at the clasp, like, beautifully. It was so, and I'm not even, you guys, like, the clasp is at the bottom. It just, like, just unclasped itself. So it could be, I feel like it's a grandmother spirit, but it's not my grandma. I'm hearing Grandma Tess or Tessa. Now, we had a Tessa in my family, and my grandma is saying, no Tessa in our family, meaning like it's not from us, you know. I just always want to clear that up, because it could be, I mean, as far as I know, she's still with us, but anyway, no, it's Grandma Tess or Tessa. And I'm hearing the word sublime. So she used that word a lot, or I just got the chills. Yeah. Or like, I feel like if you get it, you get it. You know what I mean? Oh, please feel free to comment in the description box, or comment in the comments. Oh, it's been like hours. What time is it? Or where is it? I'm at almost 3 hours. Plus, like, I mean, I'm like, it's going almost 3 hours, but I'm like doing stuff in between, and like taking breaks, and like sitting with spirit, and doing chores in between too. Like, I'm like doing stuff outside too, because I need to. I have to like really ground, because the energy is so intense on the planet right now. The dragons are holding me back like gargoyles, like holding me back, meaning like they're protecting me. So like I'm not feeling drained like I normally would on, you know, this time of day. You know, that's why there's not a million people showing up to the channel right now either. It's where it's supposed to be. But the people who did show up were meant to show up. You know what I mean? We're really coming together now. It's a big deal. It's a big deal. Also work with ant spirit medicine. So work with ants, work with fly spirit animal medicine, both. They do give different, they have very similar, but some will give you more in depth depending on, when I say spirit medicine, I'm speaking of the native, the more indigenous medicines. And when I'm saying spirit animal, it's in more of like angelic or witches or whatever. Do we have any more energies or entities that want to speak? Family members that have crossed over? Okay, you guys, give me a minute. I'm gonna drink some water. I almost spit my water out. She was like, I'm Grandma Tessa, and I'm here to say something. Blah, like, I feel like whoever this grandma was, she was hilarious. Like, I feel like she had really short, curly hair, but it doesn't look like a perm. It looks like her hair. Really cute. And I'm seeing like a house dress. She's funny, 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 funny. She has such a great sense of humor, very witty, very quick, very quick. Feel free to comment whenever this is seen if you want to. I mean, you can always, she's always with you is basically what she's saying. And that's why my grandma broke the pendulum also to like, she's saying like a connection like I had with my grandma. It was the same, you know, when everybody else made me feel crazy or stupid or, you know, words, these are words that they used, you know, if it were a different time, I would have been autistic, you know. But I feel like this was a grandma who really accepted you and loved you and looked out for you, and just I'm feeling such a deep love from her. And I feel like she was tall. She's showing me Jane Lynch too. I don't know what that means. If you had a connection through that, I just got the chills. So whether she looked like Jane Lynch or maybe you guys watched Glee together, I don't know. Maybe you watched Best in Show, you know what I mean? Or Jane Lynch has been in so many things now. I go on and on and on. There's a reference there. Maybe it's for somebody else and it's a family member coming through. Sometimes when it happens like this, and like now the philosopher is just again just like sitting to the side watching things come through or listening to things come through. They have no ego, right? So they're just like, yeah, you know, I'm here, I'm their dragon, but like, you know, sure, come on in. Lula can handle it. I really can. So I'm hearing Turtle, Edward, Todd, Grace. Interesting. Oh my God, I didn't even put that together until that exact second. I just had my own personal thing come through. That was so wild. Wow, 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 wow. Okay. Oh, my grandma just gave me a little wink, like, well, I didn't want to, you know, she's like, I wanted to give them their stuff first. I'm like, okay. Because sometimes they do, like, you know, when I'm doing the readings, it's a very out of body experience, but I also hear things. I don't listen to every single thing that comes out of my mouth, but I definitely, like, will feel it if it feels personal, you know. So, of course, I have things that happen during readings that are personal. Um, but that's interesting because I feel like I will go back and watch this reading later and see how it aligns. So it's really cool. Anyway, I think that's it for now. I think that's it for now. Is that it for now? Okay. Do we have any more messages from anybody, anywhere, any place for reading for before we close this portal? Anything whatsoever? Nope, they're gone. All right, thank you, reading for. We love you. We love you. I don't have anything in the description box because I didn't realize this was going live. I thought I'd hit unlisted, but ooh, surprise! But it's awesome. If you watch like reading one, you will totally understand, and it's actually really cool because I have the awareness of it when I'm doing that. Yeah. Anyway. All right, so all of my information is on my channel at the top where it says I'm Tallulah around blah blah blah. Click that. There's links if you'd like to contribute to the readings that I do here in a monetary way if that is in your wheelhouse to do so. Thank you so much. I always love to give prayers and light candles of abundance back to you for that. Tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. But also, prayer is free. It's about the exchange of energy. So no worries. Just sending some good energy my way. And to have a better day is enough for me and my guides and for the dragons and everybody who is here today. We love you. Until next time. Oh, and also if you'd like to work with me one-on-one, thank you, spirit guides. If you'd like to work with me one-on-one, magickalmedium@gmail.com. Also in there, all you have to do, if they're not links, you just have to highlight it and put it into your browser and it'll take you to where you need to go. All right, until next time, take good care of yourselves and each other. We love you. Blessed be. Oh, bye. Welcome reading 5. Welcome reading 5. I keep hearing it ain't about the money, money, money. Oh, da money, money, money. Right? Something about the world. Forget about the price tag. Jessie J. I love Jessie. She's amazing. Let's all send Jessie J loving healing energy. When I looked down, it was 313. Oh, my hands are tingling to a fellow powerful witches. This whole reading is about awakening the witches, healers, and deep down believers in magic. So, as a collective, may we all send Jessie J loving healing energy today. Thank you, Spirit. I call upon all of our higher selves with loving grace and gratitude to the healing energies of the universe, whatever's in Jessie J. Well, I don't know the real name, but I'm just say Jessie J. Whatever's in their greatest and highest good, Spirit knows. Thank you, Spirit, for blessing all of us. Thank you for blessing this beautiful soul with whatever she needs, whenever she needs it, whatever's in her greatest and highest good. We call upon her higher self to receive this loving healing energy. You are well, you are healthy, you are 100%. You are healthy, you are well, you are 100%. And if you guys don't know, one of my favorite little healing songs is every little cell in my body is healthy, every little cell in my body is well, every little cell in my body is healthy, every little cell in my body is well. I'm so glad every little cell in my body is healthy and well. I'm so glad every little cell in my body is healthy and well. And a second course you could do, every little cell in my body is happy, every little cell in my body is well, every little cell in my body is happy, every little cell in my body is well. I'm so glad every little cell in my body is happy and well. I'm so glad every little cell in my body is happy and well. You feel me? So like that's the kind of stuff, that's the energy and vibration we're putting out into the world. Then just another reason why Spirit wanted me to go live today, even though I didn't know I was going live. But awesome. We're putting so much awesomeness into the internet, into the world right now. It's real, it's live, it's awesome. And even if you guys aren't watching this, I feel your energy. Oh my gosh, drink some water. I just smoked some Dutch treat. It's legal where I live. I'm high as a kite. But it makes me think of, I'm high as a kite. I just might stop to check you out. Let me go wild. Right? Okay. By the way, for the longest time, I thought he was singing I Have a Blister in the Sun. Or is that the right one? And I was singing the other one. Whatever it is, I was singing the wrong one forever. The Cure. I think that's The Cure. Oh my gosh. See, and even back then, I was like, was it The Cure? Was it Depeche Mode? Sometimes you know, and then sometimes you're high like I am right now. And anyway, thanks for being here, reading 5. Maybe you needed this. Maybe you needed like a little party, because that's what I feel like. I'm at someone's fucking party right now. So thanks for inviting me. That's awesome. I get to be your reader today. I get to be your stoner reader today. That's fucking awesome. No, honestly, for real though, for reals. I really love when I work with different strains of cannabis because they give me a completely different energy. And if you've been watching this live, you know I'm changing. But that's the beauty of it, because I'm going into your world. I'm going into your reading. I'm going into your energy. So this helps me to align and get in between the cracks and crevices, wherever it is that I need to go, or you need to go. It's very interesting. The card on the left is the card that you chose. The card on the right is from another reading. So, but they've come into some other readings acting as a guide and as like holding energy, holding space, waiting, you know, like waiting down like the energy. Wait like W-E-I-G-H-T, you know, not W-A-I-T-I-N-G, although maybe some of you are waiting, I don't know. So I don't know if the dragon on the right in front of the crystal ball will be revealed, but they're an old ancestor that just wants you to know that, see how balanced, that's you. Like they got you. They got you. You have nothing to concern yourself about. You have nothing to worry about. They got you. They got you. Also, My buddy Ben wanted to come in today. He didn't want to show his face though, but he did want to, just show you that, show me the money, that it's just a piece of paper with numbers on it. It's an illusion of control, but there's also nothing wrong with wanting that, because where we are right now, it is a form of currency. We are made to feel shame and abandonment and fear, all of these things that have been going through lineages and lineages. And if you found yourself here, round of applause from the dragons, because you are an ancestral lineage breaker. I believe all who find this channel are. I feel like everybody on the planet is. I think we're all here to break and it takes more than just one, or it takes more than just like one group. You know what I'm saying? Meaning like, yes, I am in like a certain position, right? Like I have family members younger than me that are alive. I have family members older than me that are alive. But what I'm saying is that I think it takes many generations to stop many bad habits and fears and things that have been imprinted into our blood and bone. By the way, you guys, this is really going to blow your mind. So of those of you who know, welcome back. New people, welcome. But we've been having this termite situation off and on for a long time. But it has been so nice out, and I only really hear the termites because there's certain types of times when they like the wood more or less. And in my experience with them, they tend to leave when it's been really hot for like a long period of time. They would rather, in my experience where I live, they seem to like the wood when it's softer, not when it's harder. So I don't know if this is like a metaphor for you guys, because I swear they're like right above my head, and like I didn't even know that they were there. You know what I'm saying? Like they've never even been in that spot, so it's kind of interesting. No worries. It's all good. Like there's a reason. Termites. So you're meant to work with the termite spirit medicine. Research it on your own. If you worked with it before, it's time to work with them again. Because even if we work with a spirit animal a million times, I've worked with the owl a gazillion times, the eagle, but still, when I read things, when I'm at that level of consciousness, I'm going to have that connection with it. So, never take something for granted, like, oh, I already studied that, or oh, I already did that. You may have to revisit something 100 times, a million times, until you finally receive the messages and the medicine. So work with the termites. That's interesting. But also termites are really good. And I'm glad for what they're doing, because they're actually going to make it easier for when we're already demolishing this place. It's a vintage place, and we couldn't get to that part that we wanted to tear out. And all of a sudden they started over the winter, and I was like, and at first I was like, oh no. And then Spirit was like, oh no, they're a gift. Trust me. They're like, they are a gift. So don't always think of something as like, ew, or ugly, or they're destroying or whatever. Yeah, but they're destroying what needs to be destroyed, even if we don't know it or see it. So this is the dragon that wants to wake the witch healer and or deep down believer in magic that you align with. Oh, I love this one, number 23, platinum. So beautiful, working with the chakras. So there's your first answer. Your chakras need some aligning, and it's interesting too, because you see how the tail kind of goes up like that. It's like the chakras, we're trying to get the chakras straight, right? But there's still a little curvature going on, even with their wings around it and the curvature of their tail. I'm feeling like they're not all, but the interesting thing is, if you really look at them, they are pretty aligned. They're just a little like out of whack. So let's hear what the beautiful platinum dragon has to say to you. Also, for those of you who aren't familiar with numbers, numerology, in this particular case, 23 is the number 5, and 5s are about change and transformation. So let us hear what Platinum Dragon has to say for you. And this is your guardian dragon to work with while you're going through whatever it is you're going through that led you to this reading today. Also, can we talk about how pretty your altar is? I feel like you guys are like, I'm feeling a lot of angelic energy, like high ranking, like high white light energy. Just like, oh, like that kind of like energy. Like it feels very, sorry, I didn't mean to cackle in it, but and destroy it, but it's really pretty. I just don't know. Are you guys feeling that too? Feel free to comment below. Okay. I love this. I love this. Honestly, I won't apologize for this cannabis because it is so amazing and it can really like flip your mood on a dime. And it's not about instant gratification. It's about that sometimes as light workers and earth angels, witches, healers, deep down believers, we just have a different energetic field. And there are certain plants, some people mushrooms work for them, some people, it's this, that, whatever. I can go on and on. But for me, cannabis, she has been my friend for a very, very long time, and she helps me to understand and to see things. And when I'm doing readings like this and they're so intense and intricate, I need it to kind of flip me on a dime so that I can go into those worlds. And it was getting pretty heavy after doing the group reading and then the 4 readings before this. So I was really excited when they said Dutch treat. I'm like, oh yeah, we're gonna be working with the fairies, because it always makes me feel like really happy and upbeat. And there's nothing wrong with that, and there's nothing wrong with you. You don't have to like face the world sober, like, I mean, yes, there are a lot of people that probably should be sober on the planet, but that's their journey. But there are a lot of light workers that we run in different energies. Some, they can't have anything. Like I know a lot of different light workers of all, from astrologers to, hands-on healers, that they've literally never drank alcohol. They've never had a cigarette. They're like pure as fucking, they are just pure, man. And there's something really magical about that. And it's not that they're like trying to be cool or whatever. They just know in their soul they were never meant to ever put that in their body. They carry a different energy. You know what I mean? So I had to stop drinking because my energy, my frequency, it was not working. So maybe one day, but not now, you know? So I don't know who that's for. Anyway, okay, so platinum, it says the incredible being, hold on, drink some water, they're saying. Out of nowhere, I just started shaking. So I think some of you are like nervous. You're nervous to hear what's going to be said. And whoo, let's ring it. Let's ring some bells. You can ring the bell. We'll do a bunch of different fairy ones. Where's my other one? And the piece de resistance. You guys have got to cut down on the fucking caffeine, man. You got to cut down. And I can tell you from somebody who took a longer time getting sober than I thought I would, I get it. Mine was green tea. And when I was going through like one of the hardest times of my life, the only thing that kept me alive, and I'm not even fucking joking in any way, shape, or form, I would open my eyes. I was in a severe depression, and I would open my eyes, immediately go and get my green tea started, and I would get all my stuff together, and I would go sit outside, and I would smoke cigarettes and drink green tea until I had to go to work. And then I would work. I was working as a server at the time. And then I would work my ass off. And then after work, I would drink and smoke weed and smoke cigarettes until I passed out. And I was doing that pretty much every day because I didn't want to face my pain. I didn't want to face, and I can go on and on and on. So all I'm saying is, for some reason, somebody needed to hear these things today, but also to let you know that you're not alone and you're not supposed to be perfect. You may have been awakened for 20 plus years and you're a guru and people look up to you and you're like, I feel like I'm a fraud. And it's like, why? Because you want to eat that hot dog and, you promote like veganism? Or is it because, you want to smoke that cigarette and have that glass of wine? It's like, there is nothing wrong with that. You will come to it in divine timing when you're ready. Don't force yourself. Great Spirit is here with you right now. They love you. They are hugging you. You do not have to be fucking poly-perfect is what I'm hearing. Reading 5. I just got the chills. Cry. It's okay. It's okay. I feel like I want to go back to the book. So you go ahead and cry, and I'm going to read, okay? So, this is from Serene, but Serene wants me to read this to you. Serene says, gently flowing water and a warm summer breeze depict this dragon's energy beautifully. Serene says she's here in spirit, by the way. Serene connects to the calm and resilient energy of Mother Mary. Oh, that came up in one of the other readings, you guys. Oh my gosh. So you can rest assured that life is going to settle down, especially if it has been rather turbulent of late. I get it. I'm with you. I feel like this is probably going to be one of those readings that it's like for everybody, like a culmination, because I mean, so many of us were waiting for the other shoe to drop. We've been waiting like this for a long time. Also, my eyes come to this, and I don't remember. I think this is from my rooster friend, but work with chicken and rooster spirit medicine, whichever one aligns with you. But I think this is from my rooster friend. Anyway, my eyes kept going to that, and it really wanted to come into the reading. Or maybe it's a wink wink. Maybe it's from a family member or somebody who's crossed over, and like, you know, like when you see feathers that they're like calling for you. When they're calling for you, listen to your heart. Oh, that came in one of the other picker readings. Oh my gosh, the last picker reading I did, check it out. Okay. There's so much coming through. You guys are so powerful. Oh my gosh, so is Serene. Thank you, Serene. That's beautiful. Okay, so and she says, Serene says, I'm the lapping of waves and the morning sun. Allow me to wrap you in my blue cloak of tranquility and accept my presence as pure calm settles around you. Your throat chakra is blue, you guys. They were showing me the throat chakra lighting up. Oh my gosh, it's getting tight and dry again. And I don't... I know there's some of you, it's okay. That doesn't make you evil because you have that, like, you know, little booty tooty humor. You know what I mean? Like, that's what spirit called it. I don't know who says that. I've never said that in my life that I'm aware of. But I guess they just wanted us to laugh for a minute because they're like, it's getting too fucking serious. Some of you guys are just getting too serious. You're getting too wrapped up in it. Maybe you're watching the wrong readings. You know, there's also people out there who are like not the real deal. They're like doing doomsday readings. They're like, you gotta fucking use your discernment right now more than ever. That's why you need to align your chakras and yourself and your energy with people who are in your energy field. It is so important. And people who have money. There's nothing wrong with it. We have been shamed into wanting to want more. And one of our tribe members, she's so powerful and so amazing. And I wish I could remember exactly the way she said it, but it was so powerful. It really moved me. And it was certain choices that they had made. And people were like, well, why are you doing that? Or why did you do that? Or blah, blah, blah. And she's like, because, you know, this or because that. And long story short, she was expressing to me that it was frustrating. She realized that these people are still like in kind of a negative energy or like an older programming of like that's too good to be true. That can never happen. And they were like, no, we want to surround ourselves with people that will make us, you know, strive to be a better version of ourselves. And I don't know if you guys know, but in recent weeks, the sitting American president literally said in front of a bunch of people, and still doesn't think there's anything wrong with it, that he surrounds people, he puts people around him who are less than him, less intelligent than him, less, you know, less. He wants to be the biggest man in the room. He wants to be the king. He wants to be the leader. He wants to be the ruler. And it's like, but people don't realize what makes a great king, what makes a great queen, what makes a great leader, ruler, is somebody who puts their ego aside. And the dragons teach us that. And they're reminding us that we cannot move forward as light workers on this planet with the old energy of ego. And ego is so many things. If you're going after something, why are you going after it? If you want something, why do you want it? Is it something that has been with you since you were a child? Something you've craved? Or is it something that was implanted somewhere? Somebody planted a seed that you want this job so you can make X amount of money, or you want to go in this direction or live in this place because you really want to be with this person and that's where they want to be. This is the time to go within, listen to our intuition. What do we actually really want? Individually and as a collective. And I said to one of our other tribe members recently, I said, you know, there are some of us, we don't have the same free will that the human doings do, as the dragons say. And it's not a negative and we're not being punished. It's just like, it's like if you signed on for a fucking job, you go and you do the job 100%. That's your job. You don't go to the job and be like, well, I'll do a half-ass job of it, or I'll kind of show up if I want to, but this is really fun and I'd rather do this. It's like, okay, that's fine, but you're getting paid to do that fucking job, so that's actually not very cool. That's not being honorable. That's not using integrity. And that is, and this isn't like shaming us. This is like them saying, like, matter of factly, like, we came here with a higher path and purpose than most of the human doings on this planet, because we're here to elevate it into another level of consciousness and being, multiple levels of consciousness and being. So we need to keep our bodies, our minds, our souls, and our energy field clean and clear, especially our chakras. And there are a lot of energies, because we are like little walking light sources, there are a lot of energies that are going to want to cling on to us, glam onto us, be close to us. So it's important that we keep ourselves very energetically grounded. That it, you know, I'm just as guilty. And I don't want to say we, but I know a lot of us, we've spoke about this together and as a collective. You know, there were times where I was literally like clearing and balancing my chakras every night and every morning, because even when I'm sleeping, you know, I'm going through all these different things, or I'm astral traveling, you know, whatever it is, or I call it my subconscious city, where I'm working out some shit that I need to work through, right? So when I come out of that, I used to, right before I got out of bed, or if I had to go to the bathroom, I would, and then I'd come back and I would, you know, put on some nice music, have a few sips of water, get back into bed, and I would meditate, and I would balance my chakras, and I would clear my energy field. By the way, I've been seeing so many different angel numbers. I saw 333, and I thought it was 34, and then I saw 33555. So I don't know if these mean anything to anybody. So with that being said, I feel like there's some aura cleansing that needs to be done, you know, more than just the bells, and it's individually, and it's working on your space and doing no matter where you are in the hemispheres, whether you're northern or southern, we're in those times, spring and fall, where it's a time to clean shit out, right? Time to get rid of stuff, time to cleanse. I feel like this is a message for all of us, our minds, our bodies, our souls, our energy field, and our homes, and our vehicles, and our yards, and the garage. You know what I mean? But we don't have to do it all day, every day. You know what I mean? It's like taking a little bit here, a little bite at a time. You know, we are just days away from Beltane, which is the halfway mark. You know, so once we get to Beltane, we've got 6 more weeks until summer solstice. And I feel like it's just like a call to arms. Whenever you watch this, it's timeless. It's really just saying from the time you watch this video for the next, like, say 6.5 weeks, almost 7. Let's just say 7. Let's say 7 weeks. That if you can't do a little each day, then do a little each week. And the more you start doing little things of cleansing your space, of, do I still need those pictures? Do I still need that t-shirt? Do I still, you know, it was a great fucking concert. Do you remember it? Yeah. Do you wear the t-shirt? If you wear the t-shirt, it's different. It's in your wardrobe. Awesome. Then fucking put it in your wardrobe. If not, gift it to somebody else, sell it, do whatever the hell you want to do with it. But it's time. It's time to cleanse, clear, new. You know what I mean? I'm getting that really strong from spirit. So that's interesting that we haven't even read your card yet. We've been reading Serene. So that's really powerful. So it says, when your inner perceptions shift, so will your outer world experiences. Remember that the tranquility you seek lies within. The volatile outside scenario is only a mirror of turbulence inside you. Call upon me, serene dragon, to guide you to that peace of heaven you crave. Observe your life experiences changing as they begin to mirror your inner feelings of serenity. And serenity encourages us to go gently with ourselves, as we are quick to nurture others but often neglect our own needs. We must feed ourselves with that which brings us joy and makes us feel alive, as we accept that we are important. Our worldly experiences will reshape and shift in a positive way. And then Platinum goes on to say, I am the keeper of secrets. This incredible being is the guardian of the Atlantean temples. Oh, you guys had some past life shit and fucking anytime Atlantean comes in. Yep. Also, I just heard, not today, Jose, but it sounded in a negative way. So whenever I have something like that, I know that's like there's some dark force in here that's trying to get me not to speak, and wants you to believe that you can't be that person, but you are. I love you, but you have to leave. Stop choking us. Thank you, please. Michael, Archangel Michael, thank you. Thank you for taking that away. Whew, that was intense. We love you. You know, it's something, by the way, you guys, dark forces, shadow, aren't always these like seething demons that, you know, whatever. A lot of times it's shit we created ourselves. Sometimes just full-blown us. Sometimes it's a co-creation. So you must love all parts of yourself, the shadow and the light. That is why this great ancestor dragon came in. And that's why they're kind of in the shadows right now, showing you that. You don't have to be fucking perfect. You know, we all have secrets. Everybody has secrets. Everybody has skeletons. Let me tell you, I've been reading for people for a long fucking time now, and I was doing it before when I didn't even know I was doing it. People have secrets. I met this really sweet old man one time, and he was like this prolific painter and blah, 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 blah. And the second he shook my hand, I saw all this stuff, and it was freaking me out. And and it was almost like he knew or something. And I just like pulled my hand back from him, and I was like, you know, we have to go. And then he was like trying to keep talking to us. And I literally looked at my partner and I was like, we're going back to the car right now. Like right now. Like we couldn't even finish our hike because I was like, I feel like this guy knew. Anyway, long story short, I saw him. He was a child molester. And I saw so many kids all at once, and I was so freaked out. And this was early on in the game. I didn't know what to do, who to talk to, what to say. I'm like, who would believe me anyway, you know? And when he gave me his business card, I felt a really uneasy, creepy feeling. But when I saw his name and I saw his work, I was like, oh my God, I've seen this guy's, you know, stuff before. It was weird, you know? So that exists. That is fucking real. And maybe some of you guys have been like holding back from your gifts because you don't want to see certain things or you don't want to see the ugly things. But unfortunately, for some of us, it's like it is part of our path. You know, and for you, it's at least telling you that it's time to balance your shadow and your light and loving them both. You know, I don't know how he became that. I don't know what happened, but I do know enough in my journey that every story has a story. So I still love and forgive him. And I prayed on that and sent it so much love and forgiveness to all of those children, and that someone would come forward and make him pay for it, you know? And that's the best sometimes we can do. We can't always just like call the police or try and start some investigation or whatever. It was like, I put it in the spirit, the hands of spirit. We can't fix everything. Okay. I don't know who that was for either. Okay. So now get ready, because the Atlantean, you know, you may have already felt it the second I said Atlantean. If not, just close your eyes and allow, obviously, you know, if you're somewhere safe, But just close your eyes and listen, okay? So it's this incredible being is the guardian of the Atlantean temples. He connects to Saint Germain and is the historian and record keeper of all events during the Atlantean era. He can take you to and bestow upon you the magic encompassed in that time. His message is, I am the keeper of secrets, which are as old as the universe itself. I am here to impart this ancient knowledge to you, dear one, for yourself and others. This wisdom has been hidden for eons and forgotten by many. Now is the time for these memories to resurface and for you to acquire ancient knowledge. Like many things, these secrets have been hidden in plain view. All you need to do is ask to be reconnected to them. Oh, that's why they just shared with me my story. That's why I shared that story with you. Like maybe you get that too. You know, for some of us, we are just connected on a different fucking frequency. We kind of get all bandwidths. And when people are like, how come you don't know this or you don't know that? I'm like, because I'm given what I'm given. And sometimes when I go into certain situations, it's like 100 radio stations playing at the same time. I can't fucking make it out, or I get bits and pieces, but I don't get all the information. And it's for me too. I literally just had this experience. I was talking to my friend and landlord today. I was like, um, I said, you know, I don't know all the time, like what's going to happen or what's going to come through. I'm like, I just am getting this pull that this is going to happen and that's going to happen, but I don't know 100%. You know, I'm like, there's so many dimensions and timelines are like blending in and falling into each other in such an interesting way. They're melting together. Walls are coming up, walls are going down, and it's different for everybody. So it's beautiful. It's like watching a symphony of some kind. It's really magical, but at the same time, you know, or oracles, there's a difference. Oh my gosh, drink some more water. Yeah, there's somebody in here. It could be a co-collective of the shadow coming at me, or it's just one really powerful force, but it is intense, and it's making me like not concerned for you in a negative way, because we got your back. You know, the dragons are here, spirits are like, we got your back. But I can understand is what I'm saying, and empathize that this is a painful experience on earth for you. I literally used to say to my mom in screaming tears like a crazy child, like a little banshee. They used to literally call me a banshee when I was a kid, because I'd be like, I don't belong here. I feel it. Don't you think I feel it? Like I'd get so mad. I would get so angry. I was full of because I felt like nobody could hear me. But they were listening and they were paying attention, and my guides were with me. And everybody thought I was fucking crazy because all my dolls and stuffed animals had like names, they had backgrounds, personalities. Like I remember someone specifically like saying to my mom, doesn't it concern you a little bit that she like literally thinks they're real? And my mom's like, no, it's just normal. It's just kids. It's just a phase. But it wasn't, because they were like all my spirit guides. And like, you know, I had a lot of elephants came into my life, elephant stuffed animals. And I fell in love with elephants, you know. And then I went through different periods of, you know, animals, but elephant was like my strongest one. And then it made so much sense. And even like one of my closest friends, her daughter's name is Eleanor, but like, you know, everybody calls her Ellie. And like one of my elephant's stuffed animals, her name was Ellie. I mean, I know you're a kid and whatever, but still. So that tapping into our inner child, you know, this is one of the first cards where, you know, look at how Platinum Dragon is looking into the future. But she's trying to show you, you know what? I just realized something. I thought that this was part of her body and that was her tail, but I'm like, oh no. So it's almost like a mountain, but look at, see how Platinum's protecting? It's like you are protected. And I think you know that too. Spirit saying, you know how protected you are. It's like this, it's the shadow, it's the listen to my throat. It's the unclear part that I'm feeling is the fear base of that. So where were we? Now is the time for these memories to resurface and for you to acquire ancient knowledge. Like many things, these secrets have been hidden in plain view. All you need to do is ask to be reconnected to them. So just like my story, right? Like I didn't need to fix that, but I knew enough to talk to my guides and say thank you for helping that situation. We are so connected, you guys, that it is an energy thing. So I know I sparked something because he looked scared out of his fucking mind, and I didn't tell him what I was, but it was almost like he saw, like I saw him, you know, like I saw into his soul. It was very interesting, and he was a very beautiful artist, you know. So artists tend to have like a more like open, you know, heart chakra. So it's very interesting. So, you know, take that for what it is, you know, but very powerful. So it says, during meditation, platinum will show you what to learn and recall, bring you into full alignment with new chakra energy, and guide you through the chakra color system. Listen, I've been saying she and it's a he. Isn't that interesting? But because it's not about he, she, it's about divine masculine, divine feminine representation. So that's interesting. So it says he will make you aware of your healing potential and connect with your abilities deeply, enabling you to clear the lower vibrations from your physical and spiritual bodies, paving the way for you to become a truly awesome spiritual warrior. And so I feel like he is like, you know, it's like the yin and yang. It's like the yang energy, the divine masculine, the shadow. Like I feel like they're saying, let your shadow show you what you need to release, what you need to let go of. Let's see. Do we want to pull any more of the dragon cards? Okay. Do we want to turn that dragon over right now? Okay. So we also have been working with the water crystal oracle deck. Okay. And this is by Dr. Masuru Emoto. That's one of those languages I always said I was going to try and take, but okay. So let's see if we have any messages from, okay, all right. Oh, so each card on one side is a snowflake, and they are real actual images of snowflakes that have been taken under glass. It was done for an experiment with water. This whole entire deck is super, super magical and powerful. And we've been discussing and working with water. But I think it's so interesting. Number one, this reminds me of any of you guys. I'm 54, but did you guys grow up, or even now, you could be any age now, people, it's become like an awesome thing to have vinyl. But does this not remind you of like the middle piece you put in like a 40? Ah, I mean, come on. Oh, it says we went off and then came back on, so I don't know what's going to happen. That's awesome. That's interesting. Everything happens for a reason. But this reminds me of, so I feel like this is like a memory for somebody, like a record player or something like that. I'm getting a record player energy, but also that it's, you know, they're not all like this, you know, like they don't all have, see how that one's like dark in the background, but this one like almost looks like it's like reverberating. Does that make any sense? So, there's that for right now. I want to see if they want me to pull any more from this deck. Oh, this came from another reading. I want to say reading 2, but I'm not 100%. So if you were drawn to any other readings, check this out. But this one's really powerful too. It also has kind of like a blurry energy. Oh, they had me turn it over that quickly. That's interesting. So they have different parts of the deck, and this one is from Wisdom, Peace of Mind. Okay, wisdom, peace of mind. Also, they're having me put it next to this ancient dragon. So I feel like this is your ancestors telling you, like, you're so okay. You're so, it's like, oh, my throat chakra is getting tight. It's like, you're just nervous. I just heard you're just nervous, honey. You're just nervous. This felt like a dad, but it felt like a really like a dad that like would cheer you on. Oh, he's a good dad. Oh, shit, you guys. This is from one of the other readings. Release healing. Release healing. Release healing. Adrenal halo. Okay. So they're having me go into the book like right away. Drink a little water. They're having me go into the book. Adrenal halo. So in the healing section, this is what it says. This is what Dr. Emoto wrote about why he designed this deck and why he, you know, the scientific and all that. So he says, through my work, I realized the relationship between emotions and organs. When the vibration of a certain part of the body is disturbed, it negatively affects the whole body. The body's intrinsic vibration has to be restored by giving a new external vibration that cancels the disturbance. I have worked with musician Alan Robick to create music that can help balance the body. The resulting music is on a CD called Keys to My Heart. The crystal photographs were taken after playing each of these melodies to distilled water. Each crystal was gauged with a Hado measuring device, which measures vibration and energy. I have noted the name of the piece of music after the emotions for each of the 10 organs listed below. 2 additional health crystals are added at the end for your pleasure. Please visualize the positive emotions of each melody while listening to them. If you are working with the healing cards, remember that to love yourself is to love and thank all of existence. We cannot, nor is it necessary to, rid ourselves of our emotions. No one is ever completely free from negative thoughts. However, our physical and mental health is undermined by frequent negative thoughts and feelings. The principle of vibration shows us that when 2 opposite waves combine, they cancel each other out. When we emit the positive emotion, the negative emotion will disappear. Here are the cards in the healing group. The positive and negative emotions, and you can take that anyway, that's just what was written, associated with each physical aspect are indicated in parentheses. Select a card that represents the energy you wish to work with. For example, the emotions of the adrenal gland, which that's what we have here, are release and suppression. Okay? So the adrenal halo is release and suppression. And you inspire me is the quote. You inspire me. You inspire me. Adrenal halo. You inspire me. You inspire me. They're all singing, like all the angels, like everybody. They know you're tired. They know you work your ass off. I feel like some of you are astrologers and maybe you do multiple things. Like, you're not just a reader, you're an astrologer too. Like, they fucking get it, or you're like a physical healer. I know for myself, I wear many hats, man. That's why I live alone and I'm pulled alone to be alone a lot, but honor that. But at the same time, it's about getting yourself in alignment. And once you get yourself in alignment, you won't have to hide. You'll have peace of mind. You'll have the healing. And then once you do that, that's when the wisdom comes in. Your peace of mind is calling you. This just came through. This was in one of the other ones too. Reverence. Having reverence for yourself and others. Self-respect, self-love, caring for yourself, understanding how powerful you are, understanding how important it is for you to stay in alignment, because without you, it's like, I was working with someone recently, another tribe member, and I said, dude, it's kind of like if you were fucking, Superman, and you still have these powers, but you're like, you know what, fuck it, I don't want to be Superman anymore. I am going to marry Lois Lane and I'm going to go and have kids. And they said back to me, oh, they actually did that in the movie, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, I go, but you know what I mean, right? I go, but right, but he did come back to be Superman because he realized, like, we all have to take a break. But he wasn't, he wasn't getting a break, or he wasn't aligning with his purpose. He was, he started to align too much with the human energy. But he's like, I'm not human, He just played one. And it's like, you have to remember that if you found yourself here at reading 5, we're not human, you guys. We're just playing a part. And we're here for the ascension. We are living in human bodies, yes. If you cut us, we bleed, right? Of course, but we aren't. We are strong. We are mighty. The dragons are looking out for us. The angels, the archangels, we have so many protectors looking out for us. They're in the shadows when we can't see them. They're right out in front, right in front of us when they're ready to show themselves. So work with them. And now this one's ready to show themselves because it's one from one of the other readings. Look at Great Spirit. It's time for you to look forward. No more looking back. And also, for some of us, I know for myself, it's like, I don't want to. I'm like, can I change it? Can I take it back? It's like, this isn't even about changing it or taking it back. This isn't like, oh, is it because I did this? Because I've been doing that. I've been like, if I had done this, would this have happened? If I had done this, And they're like, no. They're like, because it was always going to be this way. It was always going to be this way. This is where it ends. This is where that part of the story ends. And that's okay. That's what makes it so beautiful. But who knows what the future holds? They don't want you to live in the future or hold on to the future. They want you to make the big decisions, live in the peace of mind, because we all deserve to live every single day of our lives with peace of mind. And you've got platinum in spirit. I mean, as far as I know, isn't platinum like the highest grade? Like when people get jewelry for weddings, isn't platinum supposed to be like the hardest metal? You're stronger than you know. But mourn the loss. But don't live in the past. Keep looking forward. Keep looking forward. And remember how protected you are. I mean, look at that. Think of yourself as that beautiful obelisk. And the dragon is protecting you. Fiercely. Fiercely. And Great Spirit is number 8. And that's infinity. Like they're watching you for all time. You know, pull yourself out of the muggle mind. Pull yourself more into the fairy tales and the magic of that. I feel like there might be one more. Do we want to pull any more cards or read? Do you want me to read Peace of Mind? Did we read Peace of Mind? No, we read the healing. Okay, so here we go. Now we're on to the wisdom. And Dr. Emoto says, I believe that purity of intention chases, Freudian slip. I believe that purity of intention causes a shorter wave vibration. When the wave vibration is short, it carries farther into the cosmos because there is less space between the waves for disrupting vibrations to enter. Human beings have a physical limitation regarding the range of sounds we are able to transmit. To hear or transmit sounds far away must be done in a frequency band exceeding the scope of our ability. What may allow us to accomplish this is water and the molecular cluster in it. If you fill your heart with love and gratitude, happiness and peace, you will find yourself surrounded by an abundance of gifts to love and feel grateful for, and you can get closer to enjoying the life of health and happiness we all seek. To expand these wisdom vibrations in your life, choose a card and feel the emotion the card represents. So you chose peace of mind, and it says the most important words in the world are peace of mind. It is important to have peace of mind in your livelihood, place of work, education, and environment. Guys, these cards just keep repeating between these readings, and I really think that they're for a reason. I'm going to see if we have any more cards, because we're all tied together and we're all going through similar things right now. All of us. we're all going through it. You know what I mean? Like all of our inner child and our old lives and the ancestors, and I can go on and on, whatever languaging or titles that you want to give them. They're all the same. I have to get some water, so you're going to hear me getting water. And those of you who've been with me a long time, you know I've been going through so much in such a short period of time, and my path too, right? My lessons too. So drink some water. And let's see if we have any more messages. Do we have any more messages for reading 5 before we go? Any downloads? Animals. I just said animals. Any animals that want to talk to them? I just heard tiki. I don't know what that means. I don't know if that's a name for a dog, or I felt like I saw like a little chihuahua or like a cute little lap dog, but short haired. Could be a min pin. Yeah, I heard tiki, but it could be a tiki torch. Maybe they chewed it. You know what I mean? Like there's always, so take that for what that is. I am hearing, I am kindness. There's this huge burp that wants to come out, but I don't want to let it. But I feel like there's somebody like it's funny to them. Like maybe you used to burp with somebody or you had burping contests. Yeah, because it went away. That was so weird because I was like, I'm just drinking water and but it felt like a fizzy burp. Like I feel like maybe there was somebody that you used to, it could be a family, a friend, it could be a lover, but it feels like a very definitely like somebody who you had a lot of fun with. Like you would drink fizzy drinks and burp together. So they're not showing me male, female, divine, feminine, masculine. Like they're not showing me ages. I'm just like seeing two people who really like had a lot of fun together. It feels youthful, so take that for what that means. Um, but it's really cute and it's really funny and it's really really endearing. Like they love you and I just heard I miss you, kid. So I don't know who could be because I will say it did feel like a divine masculine and feminine, but that energy felt very divine masculine. So however you see yourself in the divine feminine, um, short lived. I heard short lived, short lived. It could even be somebody who was young when they passed, but they would do funny old man voices or something. Because it did kind of feel like, it kind of felt like in Stand By Me when River Phoenix, you know, when he's like the older one, like the tough guy. Which, by the way, can we just like have a moment for River for a second? Like I grew up with him and all of that. So to me, it's so interesting that in the movie, like, you know, well, it was a book, right? It was a Stephen King book, but it's like, but it, I watched it in the movie first, and like how interesting that is of like what happened to him, you know, like if you remember the end of Stand By Me, he goes through and he talks about where all the kids ended up, and he was the one that he died first out of the group, and he really did. I was like, holy shit, that's fucking crazy. Anyway, I don't know. I feel like that was for somebody, but yeah, we are writing our own lives. We are writing, you know, but don't get too caught up in that. You know, don't get too caught up in that. I just heard, right? Because we also can co-create like sunshine and rainbows and beautiful magical days. Keep that in mind, okay? I feel like there might be one more. I'm hearing Trudy. Interesting, a lot of T names today. I feel like I heard Tamala, but I heard Tabitha. It could be any of those names. Kamala. Um, you go, Kamala Harris. Okay. I don't know. Are there any? I heard George and the color green. I saw George, the color green, and then I saw like a four-leaf clover. Feels like a grandpa handing you a four-leaf clover from the other side. So it could be like a background in that. Like it could be like from, I felt like kind of UK energy as well. But it could be in the US, it could be in Tasmania, you know. Um, I heard Bethany, and I'm seeing like a really pretty girl in school. So I don't know who this was. So either they were a really pretty girl in school, or they were known to be a very pretty girl in school. They could be a family member, it could have been a school friend for real, but it could just be like, because they're showing me a Bethany I knew growing up, but they're saying it has nothing to do with her, but that's how they help me interpret who I'm talking about. So this Bethany is, she's very sweet, but she's very popular, very pretty. So she was either like that in school or she was like that at some point. Um, and Todd came back again. He was in one of the other readings. And I have a spirit guide named Todd. And we have a tribe member who has a partner named Todd. But this feels old. Like I feel like he's like, I am so blah 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 blah. Like it feels like that's the only way I can like really just like hear him and just like mimic back what he's saying. He's like, I am Todd, Mr. Not the like I don't know, I can't really make it out. But he also feels like very put together, like very dapper and really has his shit together, like a top hat. And this feels very old school. This could be an old ancestor, or it could be a grandfather who dressed like really nicely. And they're showing me that. But whatever I'm seeing of them, it like feels like Ian McKellen, like walking the streets of London in like the 1800s or something, or maybe something like that, you know, with like a cloak and a cane, and it's very interesting. So, okay. And I just heard, and they're gone, and they're gone. And that was it. Probably because I've been going for almost 5 hours, because it's been 4 hours and 7 minutes for you guys. But I was also doing stuff to get this ready, and whoo, this has been intense, and I feel privileged to be a part of your journey. Thank you so much. Thank you, Spirit. Thank you, Dragons. Wowie, wow, 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 wow. Am I honored for this experience? Thank you, Reading 5. Thank you, every soul, every energy, every entity that was here with us today. Thank you for those who are protecting us, loving us, giving us the knowledge, passing everything on. It's just a blanket thank you to everybody with grace and gratitude. I bow to all of you and say thank you. We are in such grace and gratitude. And I know now why it had to go live and why it's happening. So in eternal gratitude for being here and holding space for all of us as a collective. You honor me and as you show up here. So thank you. And all of my information is on my channel. If you click at the top where I introduce myself, you can see all of, if you'd like to work with me one-on-one, to email me, magickalmedium@gmail.com. All you have to do is highlight it, copy it, put it in your email browser, and you can send me an email if you'd like to work with me one-on-one. I work on a sliding scale. I work, it's all different things with people, one-on-one, groups, whatever I'm meant to do. That's why I always say prices may vary, because I don't know what's going to happen. But I do know that I don't keep back any, if I'm not meant to work with you one-on-one, then I know I'm not meant to, but if I am, I am. And so either way, I will respond to you. And as much as I appreciate the offers, I am not dating at this time, so thank you. That is not what it's there for, but thank you for being courteous and very kind, because you are loved and I love you. But I am not in that position in any way, shape, or form to be in. And I realize where that just went, but that's not where I was meaning to go. Oh, my pretty little flary, my flary, right? My flames of fire and passion and fairy are all coming together. Anyway, I digress. But there are also links if you would like to contribute to the work that I do on this channel, and it is in your wheelhouse to do so without putting yourself in any way, shape, or form at any disturbance in your flow of money for what you need. Because remember that prayer is free. It's all about the exchange of energy. Send something sunny and lovely to me through your thoughts. You know, sending abundance thoughts comes my way too, because the people who can afford it do. All right. Until next time, take good care of yourselves and each other. Spirit, do we have any more messages for the collective? Anything, anyone? Are we good to go? Are we good to close this portal right now? Is everyone ready to close the portal? There, we've got to know. Is there someone that still needs to be heard, Spirit? Okay. There's the last minute. Is this like a group reading? So was that a closure for 5? Was that a closure for reading? Are we done with reading 5? Okay, there is something that wants to come through. Is it anything through cards or books? Is there some, oh, it's almost like, oh my gosh, it reminds me of that scene in It's a Wonderful Life where, you know, George and Mary are using their honeymoon money to keep the bank afloat, and people are asking for like crazy amounts of money, and the nice lady says, all I need is like $17.11 or something. I don't know, I'm just using that number. And he's like, oh my gosh, I love you. He's like, thank you. But I feel like that's what this spirit feels like. It feels like somebody who has a hard time asking for help or asking. So I feel like whoever this energy is, it feels like it's you. So either it's somebody that you pick this up from, and this may be just for one person. This may be for the whole reading 5. I don't know. But before we go, she just wanted you to know, like, it's okay to ask for what you want, you guys. It's okay to set boundaries and say, I know that this and that, blah, blah, blah. But I mean, I'm hearing my own right now. And I'll just give you an example, because like my landlord was here earlier and I was like, oh yeah, I'm going to do this today. And then tomorrow I'm going to do this. I had no idea that this was going to go down. And I was feeling a little anxiety because I was like, oh man, I told them I was going to do this today. And now I got to go out there and do it. And I was just like, I'm knackered, Spirit. Like, I don't think I have it in me. And they're like, it's okay. All is well. You will explain. Everything is good. They will be fine with it. just relax. And I was like, okay, so bring peace of mind, make peace of mind your regular vocabulary. If it doesn't bring you peace of mind, it needs to exit your life. If it is bringing you chaos, discomfort, sadness. Now, I understand some of you, if you have children, then ask for help. One of the other readings, they spoke of community, and I know I have watched so many people in my lives, mainly women, mothers, who are trying to do it all, trying to juggle it all. It was never meant to be like that. That's why they pulled us away from each other, that we needed these products or we needed these things instead of needing each other. Ask for help. This is a grandmother spirit, but she literally is showing me that lady from It's a Wonderful Life. And if you've seen the movie, you know what I'm saying. She's very meek and she's very sweet and she's very quiet. And I feel like they're saying, don't be like me. Don't end up like me. I died because I said yes when I wanted to say no. And this isn't to make you feel bad or guilty, but I'm hearing like also with money, like I'm hearing like that's why for some of you, it's like somebody told you that this is not peace of mind, but it is. It's, you don't need everything up front, but they've bought us, into this commercialism bullshit that we need, and we don't. And it's taken me 54 years to unlearn all of these things that nobody was trying to like ruin me or ruin my life. You know what I mean? Like my family did the best they could with what they had. I love them. I'm in such deep gratitude. I am who I am today because of them, but I know a lot of my poverty consciousness comes from my family. And my dad, I remember my dad saying to me one time, he said, don't get too involved with them. And I was like, why? And he goes, he's like, they're like in the poorhouse. And I said, no, they're not. And he's like, no, he's like, you know what I mean? Like, and it was like, looking back on it, my dad was such a healer without realizing it. I don't know if he ever really understood it. I don't think he did, but like, basically that's what he was saying. Like, don't go into their poverty consciousness. Both of them are two poverty consciousness coming together. He's like, you don't want that. You want people who want more, who want better. My dad had his own business. It's like, he had more than one business actually. And he was like, he wouldn't give me money. I would hear these stories where, and even like when I was living in LA and I'd go home to visit and I'd walk in and they're like, oh, your dad's, cooking in the back, blah, blah, blah. But if you want to sit at the bar and wait, there's a band coming on, and I was like, okay. And I remember like this like older man was sitting next to me and he said, so, you're the baby. And I was like, yeah. And he's like, yeah, your dad talks about you all the time. And I was like, what? I'm like, what is he saying? He's like, no, he talks about his daughter who lives in LA. And I was like, what? Because my dad always made me feel like I was a loser. Like, and he would never, ever give me money. He had it, but he wouldn't give it to me because he'd say, you will work harder and someday you will thank me. And it's interesting because he was right. It made me more hungry, but I digress. So what I was going to say is that sweet man said, your dad has saved my life. And I said, in what way? And he said, without your dad, he's like, my heat wouldn't still be on. And I proceeded to like hear different stories about my dad over time, every time I'd go to visit. And most of the time it was there, sometimes I'd be lucky enough to catch him at his house, but he and his wife, like their whole life was their business. And so a lot of times when I'd come in to visit, I would go to the bar, and that's when I still drank too. So I would like have some beers and hang out with them and whatever, hang out in the kitchen, have some food. And I never really stayed very long, but it was interesting because I realized that my dad was like a George Bailey, but he was always trying to prove himself to my mom, to the family, to whatever. And I think deep down, he was trying to prove himself to everybody. He was in the middle of 8 kids, he always kind of felt lost in the abyss. And I feel like for some of us, the poverty consciousness comes it came naturally. Maybe we don't even know why. You could even be a family that has lots of money, but your parents like raised you with like a different like look around money. So like you have this like fear of losing it, you know, kind of thing. But it's like we all have a different connection to currency or, you know, abundance consciousness in some level. Because even if you're getting it in spades, you know, when I was younger, I used my looks, I used all these different things. But as I started to work with spirit more intimately, I heard, you know, that's manipulation. That's witchcraft. Like you're using your wiles to get what you want, and you're manipulating, you know, someone else's uh, energy and consciousness because you can, because you're more powerful than they are. And I was like, oh fuck. I was like, I never thought of it that way. I was like, holy shit. And it totally made me look at it differently, you know. Hold on, drink some water. So just when I thought we were leaving, and maybe some people left already, you know, this was the last message that needed to come through. I thought that it was just there for like a nice prop, you know, like to like raise our elevation of our poverty consciousness or out of the poverty consciousness. But I remember when I was working with this powerful healer, oh man, and she had altars all over her house, and all over her house she had $100 bills, just all over her house. And I remember I said to her one time, I'm like, aren't you afraid of people like stealing this money from you? And she's like, no, because if they do, you know, like for whatever reason, like that's between them and, you know, spirit, like whatever is meant to be, like, you know. And I was like, oh, that's really powerful, you know. But there was definitely something that changed it for me, because I was putting money on my altar. And I noticed that when I started putting $100 bills on my altar, things started to shift and change. Because if I can put $100 bill on my altar, that means it's like, I don't look at that as money. I mean, of course I do, right? Like, because recently I, you know, said to somebody, I'm like, I have $200 bills, you know, while I was like figuring out my bank stuff and my Venmo stuff. Um, and long story short, I mean, yes, of course, like I would take it off of there if I needed it and spirit would want me to. But the whole purpose of it is putting that $100 bill out there, is giving us that energy of like what we put out into the universe comes back to us tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold, a millionfold, depending on whatever is in our greatest and highest good. Like I'm receiving it. You know what I mean? Like I'm open to receiving. And now I've been noticing how like my life has just been changing rapidly in the most beautiful ways, and things are coming to me when I need them. And it may not look the way I think it's going to look or sound or feel the way I think it's going to be, but it always absolutely positively turns out to be exactly what it's meant to be. And that's all that matters. So I encourage you to, you know, work with that, work with any, if you're having any type of, you know, abundance consciousness. Let's not even use poverty, but just having any type of blockage in your abundance consciousness, or however you want to word it, whatever the languaging is. Also, I'm hearing to get out in nature. This little mushroom wanted to come out. I'm hearing to connect with nature. And if you were drawn to reading one, definitely check it out, because that was all about Gaia and nature and reconnecting with our magic. And, you know, this whole reading was about, um, you know, messages from spirit, but it was also about, you know, witches, healers, and deep down believers taking their magic back, taking their power back, reliving and understanding. But wait, no, was that something else? That's what they want me to say right now, because I feel like it was something else, but it's probably already on there. It's not on there now because this is live. I'm going to have to take a break and go back and, you know, edit and all that good stuff. But for now, this is where it was meant to be, how it's meant to be. And I'm just grateful that I could be here for you guys. I love you so much. All right, Spirit, do we have any more messages before we head out? Any whatsoever for anybody, anything? Are we ready to close the reading fully? Okay. Whew, we are done. 421:44. Oh, I love it. Oh, that's 11. Oh, you guys. Yeah. So again, thank you to just a blanket thank you, but of course to our superstars in the angel realm and the dragons and the archangels and all the animals and just everybody. Thank you. I'm exhausted. I'm going to go relax. I think I might do a few things outside, but until next time, you know the drill. Take good care of yourselves and each other. I love you. Blessed be. Oh. Okay. You guys, I think they want me to pull more cards. I don't know why I'm whispering. I think they want me to pull more cards, but I would think they want me to like wait and like take a small little break. So I'm going to take a small little break and then I'm going to come back. But let me see if they want me to pull any cards in the meantime. Okay. I feel like they want me to leave this one up for some scrying. This one too. It looks like a badge. Don't they? Oh, they both look like badges. This feels like a private reading. Okay, hold on. Let me see if they want me to pull any more cards. Okay. I'm going to pull any more cards from here. Okay. So Platinum came back out. So I don't know what that means, but I'm going to put her over here. Oh, shit. They want me to put Courage in front of Platinum. They said it's okay. It's okay. Okay. So, do you want me to take a break right now, Spirit? No. Do you want me to do anything else before we don't dive into this? Okay. So, this is, I don't know, this might even be for one person. Whoever sees this, I don't even know if it's going to get a timestamp. It feels like, you know, when you get an album and there's a secret track, if you've never heard it, when you are done listening to this, your immediate thing you must do is find your Jagged Little Pill album, CD, cassette tape, whatever you had it on. If you have something to listen to it on, go and listen to the last song of Alanis Morissette's album, Jagged Little Pill, and then wait to hear the hidden track. Now, I don't know if you played it on YouTube, if it would be that way, or you can, you know, maybe research it, but they're not. I was going to start singing it to you. It's a cappella. That's all I'm going to say. It's really beautiful. And I remember the first time I listened to that album so many times, but I just kept hitting it on repeat. Like after that song would end, I would go, you know, I'm really dating myself, but that's okay. And then one time it just ran, and all of a sudden I heard it and I thought somebody was talking. I was like, what the fuck? I like ran out into like the room and I was like, and then I realized it was Alanis and I'm like, what is this? It was a hidden track, but that's what this feels like. This feels like a hidden track, you guys. Like this feels like this is a really important message. Like it's really interesting. Okay, so courage, be brave, stand tall. You've got this. This beautiful, powerful dragon comes to the fore when we need to be strong, usually on an emotional level. We may need her strength. Oh, I love it, Divine Feminine. Yes, for many life situations. For example, when we have lost a loved one or are making huge life changes and we need an extra dose of courage. Courage is there to support you, an anchor to hold on to. Courage says, you are safe. It's fine to be strong and vulnerable at the same time. You are capable of a great many things, and it's time to acknowledge them and to believe in yourself. Your depth of character is your ally. Your ability and tenacity are your anchors. Now is the time to own them. Be brave. Stand tall. You've got this. Also, Spirit says you are far braver than you give yourself credit for. If you find your courage failing and your self-doubt taking over, call upon courage until you're find your feet. But I think there's trying to say find your feet, so I'm going to read that again. You are far braver than you give yourself credit for. If you find yourself, oh my gosh, it's almost like they're not letting me read it. You do have it though. You are powerful. That's what they're trying to show you. These is our badges. These is our, these are badges of courage. I said, do you want me to flip them over? And they said, no. That's why it's like, you know, it's like the old Wild West when they had the badges, the sheriff. You're the new sheriff in town. You're the new sheriff of your own life. You are the sheriff. You get to decide what comes in and what does not. You are the fucking sheriff of your town, right? Like right now for me, I'm the sheriff of Tallulah Town. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to do that somehow because that's awesome. I'm gonna have to do something with that. But seriously, right? Like I'm the sheriff of Tallulah Town. I get to fucking decide what I want in my world or I don't. And I'm Tallulah Wren if you don't know. Welcome to the magical media. But you know, we get to decide. Somewhere along the way, somebody told you no, but Spirit's saying no. But it's also number 9, which means that you're almost there. This is the year 2026 and the year of the freedom horse, the fire energy. This is it. This is it. You are going to burn away all of this. And a year from now, I promise you, whoever this message is for, and a year from today, mark my words, April 25th, 2026, if you keep going towards your goals, if you keep reminding yourself that you are in charge of your destiny, that you are the sheriff of your town, of your city, whatever, you are the boss, applesauce. You get to decide. I promise you, everything will come. Look at that. Look at number 10. Freedom is the next one. Come on. I honestly, I'm telling you honestly, I didn't really look at that. I didn't notice it. I wasn't supposed to because it was for now. Let go and trust the process of life in the universe, okay? All right? It's like this is a secret sauce message. So, again, you're braver than you give yourself credit for. If you find your courage failing and your self-doubt taking over, call upon courage and find your feet. She will guide you through any challenging situation and support your self-belief. All you have to do is ask. She assures you that everything is exactly as it's supposed to be, even if you are unable to see the bigger picture. Courage is a perfect meditation partner. I love it. Okay, let's see if we have any more cards for this extra reading. This is at the bottom of the card. Yeah, the divine feminine is the she, right? So, but you got to get the divine masculine in balance as well. You got to get the yin and yang balanced. That's how the success comes, and the courage to stand and hold your ground and set those boundaries and say no. So if you just have found yourself here, these are from other readings, so maybe you're meant to go and watch others, okay? So your inner wisdom is your love for humanity, and your healing is releasing all of that which is holding you back from your courage. They were showing me the cowardly lion. Remember the cowardly lion? Now in Wicked, the cowardly lion, it's a very interesting story. But in the original Wizard of Oz that I saw as a kid, you know, was the analogy of overcoming their fear. But we find out in Wicked, it's because he was dropped off as a cub in the woods to fend for himself. And the person that brought them there thought they were helping, but they were over helping. They weren't allowing them to have the life that they were meant to have. So remember, it's easy for us to overlove our human doings, right? Our human family and friends. Release the need to control. Release fear. I heard release subjectivity. Release judgment. Open your heart chakra. Remember who you are and why you came here. You're so beautiful. Don't let anybody tell you who you are or aren't. See if we have any more cards that want to come through. Also, the ant spirit medicine. Work with ant spirit animal or ant spirit medicine. They're both, will give you whatever one you're drawn to. Maybe you're drawn to both, but they will give you the answers that you seek. Thank you from the Courage Dragon. We are in deep gratitude for your energy. Any more messages? Oh, if you were drawn to some of the other readings, go back and watch them, but also work with this full moon in Scorpio. And these are always timeless, so if you watch it at some other date and some other time, it's about working with releasing whatever it is that is holding you back, that was coming through when you were hearing this reading, that was stopping, or the illusion of stopping you from having the courage that you need to, I just heard, stop surviving. It's time to thrive. Get out of the survive mode and into the thrive mode. You deserve it. All it takes is saying, yes, I deserve this. And having gratitude, saying thank you. I heard listen to the birds, like take time out to like get away from electronics, get away from, just like getting really quiet. I'm hearing it's time to get really quiet, whatever that means for you. Meditation is key. Quiet is key. That's where your answers reside. And I just heard that's where you rely on the like spirit, right? So good. Also, you guys, let me tell you something. You don't want to die. You don't want to unlive yourself. You just want certain parts of you to not be there anymore. Let me tell you from someone who's been through it, and I believe it's lifeline888.org. But look it up. Let me tell you, these people are really beautiful professionals that are trained to talk to you. But if not, like, I'm here to tell you right now, all of the times that I tried, and I tried 7 times to unlive myself, it was because a part of me needed to go. Not an actual physical part of me, but there was a part of my story that needed to die. It didn't serve me anymore in my journey. So before or if you've been entertaining those thoughts, because they're coming through really strong right now, just know, number one, there's no judgment. We love you. Number two, everybody's path is different, but I am feeling for you that this is just a phase you're going through. And it's not that I'm not seeing that it's difficult, because I have. But what I'm saying is that, like I said, it's just a part of the story that needs to be looked at, healed, cried through, spoke to with a professional. I can help you with that. Don't let money be, that's not it. I work on a sliding scale. That's why I put on if you go to my description of my channel, I say prices may vary. I say that because it's not about that. Sometimes we just really need to talk to somebody. But if it's not me, it's someone else, a trusted friend, somebody that don't ask advice. I wish I can remember that old saying, but it was something to the effect of like, don't ask advice for somebody who's never walked. You know what I mean? Like like I kept asking my mom for advice, and most of the time she gave me really good advice. My mom, you hear me say all the time for our regulars, I say my mama says, or my mama says, my mama says. But for certain things, no, I didn't listen to my mom because her church told me I was a demon. You know what I mean? So she said, I never doubted your gifts. I always knew you were special. She said, but it's because you've been possessed by demons since you were a child. I'm like, yes, I know. And I had them pulled out of me by healers. Those were the voices, the demons that kept telling me that I shouldn't live, that I didn't deserve to live. But that was the shadow, and it was constantly testing me. And see how courage is still in the shadow? I keep trying to move it around to bring her into the light. And she's like, no, she's saying, because it's when we're in the darkest of the darkness is when we need the courage the most. Don't give up. I heard that song, don't give up on us, baby. We're still worth one more try. So we're going to take that energy and we're going to sweep it away. Thank you, Spirit. Thank you, Shadow. You can leave now. They've learned what they need to learn. Wow, look at how that's going, you guys. I just say that because I've been burning it off and on all day, and it did not do that. So, and my left hand is really strong. So it's my natural Reiki. And I feel like you guys are natural Reikis. A lot of times the shadow, the darkness goes for the natural Reikis. Because they want to siphon your fucking energy. They want to turn your light energy into shadow energy. That's what they want to do. They want to transmute it. That's literally what they want to do. But we don't want them to do that. Right now, I'm saying, cling on to this smoke. Out the window you go. Thank you for your service, though. We love you. But, and you have to release them, too. I've done clearings on people's homes, and I always tell them at the beginning, I'm like, I can do this clearing for you, and I will do this clearing for you. But I can tell you right now, this is stuff that you have created, and no matter what I do, when I leave, if you go back to the same habits, you will bring that energy back And we would just go through this process, and it's asinine. And I said, it's a waste of my time and your money. And it's the same for you guys, you know. You can't be like half in and half out. You have to be all in and call on courage to help you through that. You know what's weird? Interesting, is that I felt like they had me pull 5 cards and then they had me close that reading out, but this feels different. It feels like it's for somebody, and it might be for like a million people. I don't know. But it feels very sacred and it feels very honest. And my mind keeps going back to the money because this was in reading 5. So maybe you're meant to go look at reading 5. But you are worth more than a gazillion $100 bills, my love. And your life is precious and we need you here. And I understand. I didn't know what I was. And then once I started to realize what I was, it took me years to become what I am. Now for you, I pray it's a shorter journey. It's different for all of us. But it's the one I chose, and I wouldn't change a thing. So, you know, there's highs and lows. That's just the way it goes. You know what I mean? I just heard from Spirit. There's highs and lows, and it's just the way it goes, right? Like, we chose to be here. We chose to incarnate here. Whether we like it or not, we chose it. It's part of our path. And you're more than just a human being. You're this sacred, sacred creature. So, with that being said, you are not alone. I love you. Spirit loves you. Your guides are here. Call on them. But you're going to hear them. You're going to really hear them when you're somewhere quiet. Hopefully somewhere in the woods or somewhere deep in nature where there's not a lot of people, where you can just connect. And let me tell you, from so many people I know, and myself included, where I kept trying to unlive myself. But you know what? Then I had to keep coming back and healing from it. It's like, when are you going to, you know? And so I kind of feel like that's for somebody too, like Spirit saying, nobody thinks you're doing it for attention or whatever. And even if people say that to you, you know, fuck them. Like, I had so many people say that to me too. And I was like, you know what? I guess you don't know what you don't know what it feels like. And, you know, they're like, oh, you're doing it for attention. I'm like, yes, exactly. I want someone to hear me. I want to be heard. I want to be understood. I want to know who I am, what I am. Why are you guys all like this? Why is it when I say this, you say, but we all saw this, but I saw something different, you know, because I see it all. But I didn't know. I didn't know what I was seeing. I didn't understand. And if you're here, I know how special you are. And it's the same for you. You just don't know. But you do now. And every time I see this, I always think Halo. With your halo, halo. Beyonce's Halo. That's your mission. Should you choose to accept it, is go listen to, and really listen to the words of Halo from Beyonce, because that's what I'm getting for you. Do we have any more messages for this particular reading? I was like, how much further can we go? Yeah, the balance is going to be your best friend, right? Because you need to balance the healing and the wisdom too. That's what I'm hearing from Spirit. That's why balance is, let's see how they got you. They got you. You're not alone. You're never alone. You're never alone. They wanted me to put this here. Your natural love for humanity will bring the money to you, okay? You don't have to beg anybody. You don't have to borrow. You don't have to, you're good. But you do need the nature, the mushroom is showing me, right? Having the balance and the courage. You got it. Also, let me see if they have, is there any more? There's one of the, I'm going to make sure. Okay. Hold on. Let me see if they want me to shuffle any. Oh, so Serene came in through one of the other readings. That's really powerful. They don't want me to read it because we already read it. But I think Serene was last reading. It was either 4 or 5. You know? I mean, I don't know if anyone's going to watch. This is going on 5 hours now. I don't think I've ever done a live this long. But every time I do a live, and it's like really long, I'm always like, I don't think I've ever done one this long. But I really genuinely don't. Have I ever done one that's been almost 5 hours? Interesting. But anyway, Serene came into that. And they're saying once you get the wisdom and the healing, it's going to be it's like easy peasy. Look they're just chill. They're just chill. Also, Mother Mary came up and like 2 for sure, but it might have been a 3rd reading. Anything from here? Anything? Because the interesting thing was we read for the next card after Serene. That's why it was so powerful. But they had me read serene. So if you've been here, if you watch some of the other readings, that's what makes this so powerful, that it's ending with serene. Because, I mean, it also makes me think of Anita Serene. You know, she was Stargirl, the Practical Witch, and then she changed to Anita Serene. And you know, it's like, yeah, people have been watching us change over. If you've been with us, like readers like us that have been on here for years and years, like we've been evolving and changing and growing right before your eyes. We're going through the same thing you guys are going through. You know, there's sometimes people write some really shitty things to her, and I'm like, you know, fucking give her a break, man. I'm like, you don't have no idea what she's going through, the energies and the entities that she holds. And this maybe could be for some fellow reader. Maybe some reader, you know, will stumble upon this and really feel drawn to it. But just know that, you know, you're fine. You got it. You got it. You're good. You got it. You got it. You got it. You're good. But I did hear, like, you know, making sure you're like cleaning your energy field, and that stuff's really, really important. It's so important. I feel like I'm going to do one of these to close out. Let me see if they want me to have because it was really crazy. They told me we were done, and I'm like, yeah. And they were like, yes. I got confirmation from my pendulum like 3 times in a row, like, yes, we said yes. And so I ended it, and then they told me just to leave it. And then they like waited a few minutes, and I came back and did this, and it's like, I don't know what that was for. I don't know why. I guess maybe because, like I said, it's the hidden track, and it was only meant for so many people or whatever. Okay, so any more messages for anyone in any way, shape, or form? When I looked up, you guys, it was 444, and it just went from 44 to 45. So if you've been seeing a lot of fours, you know, these messages were definitely for you. But I know I have been seeing them everywhere. 444. Okay. So, oh, look at, we were talking about respect, and look at that. Power. Remember that, you know, with great strength comes great responsibility, whether it's through our gifts, through monetarily, you know what I mean? Like, with great strength comes great responsibility, is what I'm hearing for them, to have balance and respect with our power and how we use it and how we wield it in our worlds and out and in the outer realms as well, because it's really coming together. Also, self-love was at the bottom with wisdom, remembering who you are and your power. And then the next one is hope. And I don't know if they want me to use any more. Oh, the self-love is a biggie. They're saying the self-love is a biggie. But also, they wanted you to see the snowflake on the back. I feel like it wants to go like that. And the self-love snowflake. Oh, you know why I love this one is because I feel like this part is like they're not meant to be perfect. All of these snowflakes were actually real photos that were taken by a scientist who made this deck, Dr. Emoto. And so I feel like they're like, nothing is perfect. It's not supposed to be perfect. That's what makes it so perfect, is that it's not perfect. You know what I mean? And maybe that's a message for somebody, you know, focusing on love for humanity. Don't focus so much on the money. If you focus on love for humanity and your serene, like peaceful energy, and releasing all the old shit you don't need to deal with, you know, on this next full moon in Scorpio, if you're watching in real time, if not the next full moon after, but really like writing it down and like saying like, what do you really want to let go of and release, so that you can go fully into the next chapter of your life with as much openness and grace and like self-awareness as possible. Because you're as rare and beautiful and magical as a snowflake. Oh, do you want me to read from the book, Spirit, for anything? Is it in there, greatest and highest good, for me to read from the book? Okay, for this one. Okay, so they're having me read Respect, Power. So I'm going to go in the book right now. So the cards of power, it's important that we treat water with respect and that we work with all energy in a respectful way. If you choose one of the following words of power to amplify or to honor something in your life, be sure to do so in an attitude of humility and gratitude. The vibrational aspects of a word impart physical effects. Choose a card that has meaning for you. It may be something you want to increase in your life or something you want to honor or to better understand. So maybe it's time for you to like really work with and understand what respect means, and having respect for all souls, all life, all free will, you know. Um, Sometimes we think, oh, that's not that big of a deal. Oh, it's, but it's like, turn it around and look in the mirror and say, would you want that done to you? And if you wouldn't, then there's your answer. Okay. So now this one is the self-love, which keeps wanting to go upside down. And here they want me to put it in front of release. And look at how it changed too. I love the green for the grounding, and Courage has some green in her, and we love that. But I feel like the blue is like bringing in like our angel spirit, that's like also why I was like, if I knew we were going to do a reading like this, I would have really perked up my nails. But also my beautiful blue stones wanted to come in today. I think it's aquamarine. I'm not sure. It could be blue topaz. It was a gift to me, and I don't remember what they are. Anyway, with that being said, so since we just spoke about the power cards, that's the same with wisdom, right? Like we just spoke about the power of words. So self-love, it's like, oh, it's in the cards of wisdom. Oh, that's what you're saying. Oh, that's what you're saying. I misunderstood. I thought this one had power on it. That's so interesting. So here's the cards of wisdom. I believe the purity of intention causes a shorter wave vibration. When the wave vibration is short, it carries farther into the cosmos because there is less space between the waves for disrupting vibrations to enter. Human beings have a physical limitation regarding the range of sounds we are able to transmit. To hear or transmit sounds far away must be done in a frequency band exceeding the scope of our ability. What may allow us to accomplish this is water and the molecular cluster in it. If you fill your heart with love and gratitude, happiness and peace, you will find yourself surrounded by an abundance of gifts to love and feel grateful for, and you can get closer to enjoying the life of health and happiness we all seek. To expand these wisdom vibrations in your life, choose a card and feel the emotion that card represents. So the love for humanity, we said this in some of the other readings, but they're having me say it again. The love for humanity is water travels around the world, and we can learn much from it by its ability to flow through every boundary and return to its source. But the self-love says, where is self-love? Where is self-love? Where did it go? Oh my gosh, there it is. Oh, it's like I looked past it like 3 times. Oh, is that how, that's how I'm feeling? Like, yeah, stop looking past yourself. You deserve so much more. Okay. If we are unable to love ourselves, we cannot truly have the ability to love others. We must shine, or in other words, radiate energy. Otherwise, we cannot resonate with others. And you guys, it's on page 11. I mean, I'm just saying. Okay? So the courage to love yourself, the courage to pull yourself out of this. Because like I said, something in your life has to die. A situation, a relationship, you know what I mean? But it doesn't mean that you need to unlive. And you're in the hard part. And I've been there, unfortunately, many times, and maybe you have too. But you also know that just like any other roller coaster, it's going to hit back up, right? So take the balance of the up and the down. By the way, a grandmother spider literally just came down like right in front of my face. Literally, she just came down in front of my face. So work with spider spirit medicine, because that is what you're meant to work with right now for spirit animal. And also, don't forget that, hope and faith are superpowers. Hope doesn't say that you don't believe it's going to happen. It just means that that you hope that, because if somebody wants something, you're hoping for them that it'll come true. But if it's not meant to, it won't. So that doesn't mean that you're not like, oh, they lost hope. It's like, no, because that's, it's like we brought the energy to elevate, to where we have it, and we have faith that's going to happen. But sometimes we have faith that's going to happen, but it might not be the ending that we think it's going to be. This, I don't know why, but the middle part reminded me of a heart. So brain, kindness, healing, serene comes back in here. Oh, she doesn't want to be there. Okay. They want to be in front of respect. Respecting and being kind to others, just because you're, sometimes when people are going through a healing stage, they don't want to hear it. They're like, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. But we don't have the luxury for that. And this, it says, Dr. Emoto says, through my work, I realized the relationship between emotions and organs. When the vibration of a certain part of the body is disturbed, it negatively affects the whole body. The body's intrinsic vibration has to be restored by giving a new external vibration that cancels the disturbance. And so for this one, it's kindness. And let's see what it has to say. And it's with the brain. So it's kindness versus selfishness. And the title is The Bohemian. So it could be too that you're just like floating about, but you're not like securing yourself anywhere. And that could also be why you're feeling really lost. And that's okay too, because you're on your journey. They just want to give you a confirmation that you're totally exactly where you're supposed to be. You're just on your journey right now. And this is just this phase of the journey. It won't always be like that. This has been coming up a lot in the last almost 5 or 6 hours we've been together. And that is that, depending on where you are in your journey, it's you're just, you're either at level 1 or level 11 or however your video game is in your head, on that part of it, that leg of it. But you will have good days again. And I promise you, Spirit is saying a year from today, if you continue on your path for your love of humanity, your self-love, and having the courage to focus on self-love, spiders are the web weavers. They're the connectors for humanity. And I feel like you have a really big job here. And it's not for one to be overwhelmed, one to be like congratulated, like, you're awesome. We need your beautiful energy. Don't focus on the past or the darkness or what's over. Focus on what's coming. Focus on all of what's here now. You found yourself here today, and you're not alone. And we see you and we feel you, and we know how hard that you have fought in your struggle. We see your courage and we honor it. That's why the dragons are here and Serene is here. I think we were meant to stop, and I think somebody came on here and you needed this reading right now. And I'm so glad we can help you with this. Okay? So it says, the kindness versus selfishness. And I'm hearing it's time to change the languaging in your brain and changing the script, flipping the script. So when a negative thought comes in, replace it with a positive thought. When somebody pisses you off and being like, oh, I hate people, instead say, I have a love for humanity. I am serene. I love myself. And the more I love myself, the more I love others. Because what if that was you? What if you were having a bad day and you cut somebody off? It's like, it's the empathy that has been gone for so long. It's the empathy that was beaten out of us. You don't need to care about them. Just care about yourself. But then if you care about yourself, you're selfish. And it's like all this head fuck. And that's what they've been doing for thousands of years. And now we're breaking out of it. But the spider also, has 8 legs. And 8 is the number infinity. You've done this before. You've been here before. If you're new here, welcome, to this channel. But welcome back to yourself is what I'm saying. Because you have now crossed a threshold onto something so magical and so amazing, you don't even know. And the aura quartz is shining. The aura quartz is under Serene. Do you see how it's like shining? I'm hearing Coldplay. Look how it shines for you. Also, there's some really cool fucking scrying going on down here. And it was all yellow. I feel like if this, maybe you needed a sign, and somebody's singing that to me, one of your guides or somebody. So let me see. Do we have any more messages before we go? Does anybody else need any more messages before we go, Spirit? Anyone? Okay, we're going to close this reading here. I'm so grateful. I'm glad we could be here for you. We love you so much. No judgment, okay? I want you to stop. I've been there. I've been there, my love. I've been there. I've been there. I've been there. You're so beautiful and you're so special and you're so perfect exactly the way you are. And you don't need to change for anybody, People need to change. And, what's that old saying? Like, clean up your own fucking yard before you come over and start talking to me about mine, you know? And remember also, I don't want to say that in a negative way, but also remember that people, we're just mirrors here to help each other grow and expand. So you're not doing, you know what I mean? Like, you're exactly where you're supposed to be. Even when we're in this sadness, we're not supposed to be happy all the time. You know what I mean? Like, contentment is nice, but we don't have to ride to be like, because, you know, I saw something in the last year or so where I was always striving. They're like, everybody wants to be happy. They're like, but happy is kind of like a state of being, and content is like an energy of like, oh yeah, cool. You know, like that's content. Like you're not having a bad day, you're not having a good day, you're content. And then some things come in that are good and some things that come in that don't feel so good. And that's the pendulum of the human experience. And that's all they're saying is like, there's nothing. You're just human, my love. You're just human. All of you guys, we're just human. And I'm getting heartburn, so I feel like that's the dragons telling me, so long, farewell, I love you, thank you for being here. It's been 4 hours, 58 minutes. Holy shit, almost 5 hours. Seriously, I love you guys so much. Is there any last, do you want me to do any more channeling on the way out? Do they need anything else from me in any way, shape, or form? Does anybody, anywhere need anything from me right now before I close this portal? They're saying yes. Okay. We close the portal for these readings with grace and gratitude. Is that what you're saying? You want me to close the portal? So we're closing these portals with grace and gratitude, with love for humanity, with wisdom and strength and love and healing. We say thank you, thank you, thank you for everyone who is here today. Thank you for these healing energies. Thank you for all the energies and entities that came today. We all call back our energy, soul retrieval. We thank you for sharing this energy with us today, but we all bring back our strong, healed energy individually and as a collective. This portal is clean. Until next time, we love you. Blessed be. Oh, bye.